the program of 6 days, the first 2 days, I'm teaching you level 16. On the third day, you learn level 17. And then the 3 remaining days, you're learning the level 18. However, during this whole week, as you learn, after the end of the class, you still practice for 1 week the technique of level 16 and 17.
Yeah, much better.
After the end of this seminar, you still apply the technique of level 16 and 17 to practice. After 1 week, then you can apply the technique of level 18. That is, during this time, you are able to practice and you can apply the technique of level 16 and 17. That is a general principle for all of you when you are learning altogether 3 levels. So you listen carefully. For the first 2 days, as I'm teaching you the level 16, you would have 3 subjects so that we can discuss. And with these 3 subjects, we continue on to discuss in level 17 and 18. If you need to explain further, I will explain for you. The first subject in the level 16, talking about spirituality and psychology. And the second subject is death and life, and the third is man and God. Even though you have the documents in front of you, but I just want to share with you in these 2 days, you would learn about these 3 topics. And additionally, I want to remind you, after I clarify for you, then I'll let you ask the question so I can share with you my experience, so you can go back home and you can apply and you can practice successfully to help yourself and others. In this class, for the first time in the human world, for the past 200,000 years until now, nobody can apply and do this. Meaning, our body can transform into energy to combine with our soul to travel out to space to learn. That is one of very important topics from level 16 and higher in UE school. However, in the future, regardless of the fact that you can reach to the level 19 or level 20, you still apply the same technique. How you are able to practice so you can transform your body to travel out to space, and you learn together with your soul. Even though you have the summary notes in front of you, but I just want to remind you a very important point, so you have a chance. You are able to learn in level 16, you can ask questions and then I can answer for you. First, you would be able to apply before you practice to transform your body into energy. Then you receive the light of God's aura into your chakra 7, 2 seconds. Then you inhale to the nose, exhale to the mouth. Inhale, exhale 10 times. After the 10th breath, then you can use the UE water. That is, you mixing with 9 grams of salt, 9 grams of sugar. You drink 30 ml of the UE water. Then you pray to God. You pray to my soul to help you so your body can practice to transform into energy, to travel out to space with your soul to learn. Then gradually you constantly receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to any location, anywhere. These are the locations as you know, or you can receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to all the organs in your body, any organs, during your practice. Each day you can practice 5 times, 7 times. So each time when you practice, you can transfer energy to any of the organs in your body when you are practicing. For example, let's say you practice to transfer energy to your heart, your lung, your liver, and if you practice 5 times in a day, you can transfer energy to them 5 times, to this organ. There's no problem with that. But you can only treat 1 time. But for practice, you can transfer energy to these organs as many times as you wish. Or the locations, as you know, or the countries. During the seminars, as I have taught you with my experience, before your body can transform into energy, your body may experience many phenomena. First, your body may feel the vibration, your heart may beat faster, you feel hot or cold, or discomfort or fear. All of these situations, that is, your body is about to transform into energy to travel out to space. When your body totally lose sensation, then at that time your body really travel out to space. Whether you are sitting to practice or you're lying down to practice, if you lose all the sensation of your body, whether it is for 5 minutes, several hours, during the whole time that you lose the sensation, meaning your body has transformed into energy. That is how I explain for you clearly. However, before your body can transform into energy, you may have some fear or worries because of these symptoms that I described for you. But if you don't have any fear or doubt, you continue on to receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds here or there. However, the number of you, because of your worries or your fear, if you have the fear, if you have worries, then you can pray to my soul to support you, to help your body and your soul. So your practice, you don't have any more fear, so your body can lose all the sensation, meaning you are able to succeed to help your body to transform into energy, to combine with your soul, to travel out to space to learn. This is something in the human world we have never have seen, but now it happened. Therefore, for sure, the situation will change, not just in the level 16. Eventually, you learn level 17, 18, 19, 20. The higher you learn, then your soul changes more. And each time when you learn, your soul is higher to help your body so that you can evolve in 2 ways, physically and spiritually. In that sense, you have the capacity to contribute to help other people. The important part, from the past until now in the human world, merge into the living, or the living can merge with the dead. It never exists, but it happened, meaning God had given the blessing to the human on earth as we are evolving to reach wisdom and enlightenment. I have trained the students from level 16 to level 19 with the practice to travel out to space, with the practice to merge with the living and the dead, and they have seen a lot of results. That is in the future, in the higher levels. But now, with the 3 subjects of today, as I teach you the level 16 about psychology, spirituality, life and death, man and God, and also the subject about your practice, these are the very important subject for you to prepare for you in level 16 for your practice, so you can help your body to transform into energy, to combine with your soul, to travel out to space so you can learn. There are many subjects to learn in the future, so today and tomorrow, with the subject as I had presented to you, with my explanation that I had given to you, the formula for you to practice, all of these cases, I will answer for you in 2 days, today and tomorrow, the level 16, so to prepare for you to learn the level 17, and the subject that is written in the documents about the treatment, about the agriculture, about UV water, about the UV garlic water in the case of emergency. All of this situation, it is already documented in the summary notes, so I don't have to mention about that to lose your time. I want to share with you about the basics that is very important, so you can ask questions about the practice, about the research, and through my answers on these 3 subjects, spiritually, psychology, death, life, man and God, so that you can understand clearer what is the divine, what is the deities. Only in that sense you are able to learn and can practice. You are able to combine all together in order to help people. That is the subject of today. Before I let you ask questions, I just will give you the explanation, and then slowly I'll let you ask questions. And I also want to remind you, you let me know the number of students in each location, then I will decide the number of questions depending on the total number of students in each location. So now, each of you let me know each country how many students you have. Then I will decide about the number of questions, who can ask first and who can ask later. So now, let us know the number of students in each location. So now all of you in Belarus, you have 3 questions. And the rest, each of you can have 2, except in Turkey and Iran. So in Iran, 1 question, and Turkey 1 question, and all the other, you have 2 questions. Only in Belarus, you have 3 questions. So now, I'll let Belarus, you can ask first. And then Holland, and then go on to other countries. So now, Belarus, you can ask first with 3 questions.
Вопросы 3 участников.
Синтяо, мастер. Хэнхань, диогап, какбан. К сожалению, мне пока телепатически сложно, мастер, с тобой общаться, поэтому я вот так решила по-человечески. Для меня это очень важная встреча, это первая встреча с тобой, поэтому я вот так поприветствовать решила тебя. Вопросов у меня много. Сразу я хотела бы спросить немножко, наверное, про историю. Мне очень интересно, как Бог создал вселенные, звезды, Землю, планеты, Солнце, человека, с какой целью это создано, что это за энергии, чем они отличаются друг от друга, как они влияют на человека, что такое мозг древнего человека, что такое свет ауры Бога. Мастер, пожалуйста, объясни. И тогда второй вопрос. Что такое любовь? Какие проявления ее бывают? И можно ли научиться любить? Как развить в себе это чувство, это качество? Спасибо.
Dear Master, it is difficult for me to have telepathic contact with you at the moment. That's why I decided to greet you with words, and she spoke some words, I suppose, in Vietnamese, welcoming words. Now, dear Master, I have 2 questions. The first one is related to history. Could you please tell us, how did God create universe, all the planets, stars, suns that exist in there? And what was the purpose of this? What kind of energy are all of them? How are they different? How do they influence people? What is the brain of prehistoric man? That is my first question. And my second question would probably touch the concept of love. What is love? What forms can love have? Is there a way to learn to love? Thank you very much.
So these 2 questions from the student in Russia, I want to answer for you. First of all, nobody can prove who is God. For that reason, the humans had given the notion God as the highest, and we have a notion of God as a man, not a woman. In the human world, with the advancement from the past 200,000 years until now, in the nearest within the 25th century, I don't want to say further, from the time of Buddha on earth, we understood. And then we have seen Jesus Christ and Mohammed, these 3 religious founders. They are well known all over the world. There are many others, but who claim God as a man, not a woman, who give this notion, only the human, and with the human, then we are not correct. With everything that is beyond our human knowledge, then we refer to as God. And whatever we can achieve, we claim it is us. And whatever we cannot achieve and beyond us, then we claim it is beyond or God. For the past 25 centuries until now, many scientists, they claim that they are good. And then after what they claim, after their death, then people would recognize in the competition, people want to go through their struggle, even though they have some knowledge or ability. I don't want to mention about this struggle anymore. Hopefully in the 21st century, through my teaching, through my learning, after 34 years of learning, the human can really help the human. These are the humans with the ability. These humans have the help from the invisible deities to help the humans to help. Otherwise, ordinary people, for sure, they will be just like others. How can they sufficiently help others? They cannot even help themselves. My point here is, we need the support of the high being to control our body and our soul. That is all of you. As I have trained you, we have this ability. I have this ability. All of you, you have that ability. And ordinary people, as we are all ordinary people, we are not able to help ourselves. Not to mention about to practice, to learn to travel out to space, or to treat people, or to help in the case of sorcerers, or to deal with the case of black magic, or you are able to help to deal with disease. It is so difficult, you can never do it. If you can do it, then the human, at this time, we are evolving to reach wisdom and enlightenment. But who can do this? Not all can do it. If you want to have this, you need to sacrifice. God had given to us the ability so we can sacrifice, to give us the love so we can share. But if you keep it for your own self-interest, then for sure you fail. You will not be able to succeed only in a small scale, not to mention about the large scale. Perhaps in the next decade, perhaps, the human can really help the humans, the no strangers, you and me. You are sick, then you need a doctor. And the doctor who's also a human. If you want to travel here and there, either by land, you need a car, then you need a driver. Without a driver, then who can take you? Or if you want to go by air without a pilot, who can take you 1,000 miles away? So that is how a human can help the human. Beyond the human, no one can help the human. Even though the deities, they have the ability, but they are invisible. They are standing in front of you. They claim that they are the deities. Do you believe in them? No, for sure you cannot. Everybody wanting the return of Jesus. Even if Jesus is in front of you, do you believe? No, because you cannot recognize the Christ. All of you, you wait for Muhammad to return, but if Muhammad stands in front of you, you drive him away. You believe in Buddha, and Buddha in the flesh standing right in front of you, you also drive him away. Is that right? I'm teaching you very practically. It is not abstract. So, on the part of God, I hope in the next decade we can erase the notion of God, because God had never been on earth. And God allowed the human to help the human. That is you and me, all of us, no strangers. If God did not give us this ability, how do we have the ability to help people? But God have given to us this ability to serve people. Doesn't mean that we have this ability for us to boast, or to use for our ego, or to abuse. Then for sure our soul will return back to the deities, to be close to God, and our body will be dead. It is so clear. In the level 16, I explained for you, and you learn in a higher level, I explain further, and this explanation is sufficient for you. On the part of love, everybody, we express the fake sense of love because we have conditioned. That is the selfish sense of love, not for others. You say that you love others. In fact, that you are loving yourself. You do not love others. Your ancestors died, you think that you love them? No, because of your selfishness, You want to protect your ancestors. You love, meaning that you are loving yourself, not your ancestors. If you love your ancestors, you should supposed to help them. But after they die, and then you cry, and then you feel pity for them. But after 3 months, you forgot about them. That is not the sense of love. You love because you are missing them, and you express you love them, but in fact you are not. So in the teaching of UE, I teach you to express true love, unconditional love, and you can give abundantly. And you have the total freedom of choice. Nobody can block you. That is universal energy. That is the love of God. As God allows us to use it infinitely. If you really wish to help, do you truly help them? You have it available, but you are lazy. You are so busy. You want to learn to higher levels. People learn, you reach there, but you don't want to do it. The master teach you, you listen in the class, but when you walk out, you forget. You say that you want to help, only helping your family. You said that, but then today you forget, and tomorrow you forget, and one day you forget, and one day you are so busy, you're not helping. This is unconditional. Nobody block you, nobody force you. You have the ability to truly help people. First, with health. Second, in society, in family, so that they can have peace, so they can have harmony. But you are so lazy. I tell you the truth. I know, even though I'm far away, but I know. Because you worry always everything close to you. Everything that in the human society, you worry about that. But the main one, you forgot. I come here, I teach you in UE. My point is to remind you, you need to remember the main point. The ability that the deities remind you. You have that latent ability. As I teach you, I want to remind you that you can use this latent ability to help people unconditionally, that you have freedom without any cost. Because of that freedom, that's why you feel you are lazy. That is very strange in the human world. When you lose the freedom and then costly, then you agree. But with freedom, less cost, then you are lazy. You don't want to do it. As I'm teaching you in a very practical way, this is the true love. But how many students in UE, among millions of you, how many of you can do it? You only love yourself. You don't love anyone else. You say that you love your children. Do you sacrifice for your children? Sometimes you abuse them, you hit them. You say that you love your parents. But when they are alive, you don't take care of them. But after their death, and then you say that after their death, and you want to give them meal. Your ancestors, your grandparents, after their death. But if you put on the altar, if they come back to eat, then you run away. If for myself, if my grandma or my grandparents come back to eat, and then for sure I run away. That is a very practical one. So, as I explained for you, no matter from that's why they have chaos inside the family, out to the society, because of that selfish love. We don't love any others, regardless of they are your family members. You don't even love them. You only love them by the word of mouth, but not in practice. Is that true? Because you asked, that's why I explained for you. I say it, and you think about it. Is it true or not? I teach you in a practical one. That is a way. As I teach you, I want to remind you so that you can discover your latent ability, so that you can become a true self with the ability. It is not for your pleasure. If you know you have the ability, then you help your family, your country, your communities. This is the real ability. This is a true love, unconditional love. This is the love that you are able to achieve 100%. My mission here is to remind you for the past 18 years, but my students, I know, not many can do it. Among 2 million, I have a lot of students. Perhaps I can count only 10 fingers. I don't see that 10 can do it. I don't think I can find 10 students who can do it. But a lot of people who learn to the high levels. That's how I only remind you. I just want to remind you about the latent ability that you already have. And that is the true self. As you want to find your true self, I show you the way to find your true self, so that you are able to help people, you help your family, you help your country. That is the true self. But if you're using your ego, you think that you love them, that is only the ego, just for selfish interest. And it is not for the sake of others. You use your ego, then how can you serve others? If you want to really serve others, help your family, help people, then you need to use your true self. That is your true self, not from the deities. My mission here on earth is to remind you so you can have the true self. That's why Buddha had promised. Buddha was right. He became the Buddha, and you eventually will become the Buddha, but you don't want to use your true self. You only use your ego. The true self is your soul. If you use your soul totally, then you have the true love. If you use your true self, then you will have that true love 100%, not even 99%. My mission to teach you for the past 18 years, that is the purpose. I want to awaken and remind you from the Catholic to tell you to believe in Jesus, or the Buddhist to believe in Buddha. I remind you so that you are able to achieve. You thank God, Buddha and Muhammad, not Master Dang. All of these beings, they support me so that I can remind all of you in many religions in the world. So you learn so you can go back and help your own religion. You learn so that you can discover your latent ability, your true self, so that you are able to serve your people, your community, your religion. You should thank the religious leaders, not Master Dang. If you want to use your true self, that is my mission. As I come here, I remind you, so you use your true self in order to serve yourself, your family, your religion, your communities. That is a true love that today I want to share with you. If you reveal your true self totally, then for sure, this love is infinite, and that is absolute. Today in the level 16, as I teach you in general with the question from the student from Russia, I share with you in a very simple and precise way, but perhaps it takes you the whole lifetime you're not able to achieve. Listen carefully. In my 34 years of learning and in my 18 years of teaching, sometimes I myself, I still have my selfishness. I do not think that I'm perfect. I still have my selfishness. Do not think that perhaps the master had learned for 34 years and teaching for 18 years. I myself, I still have my selfishness, but I dare to reveal that I'm selfish. I dare to say the truth about myself. That in many classes I have taught you, you should give yourself 30 minutes if you have the time, 10, 20 minutes. You sit and relax peacefully, look back in your life. Whatever you make a mistake in the past, do not praise yourself. You have to think of all of your past mistakes. You review that only to yourself. Then you are able to clear it. The moment that you can clear it, meaning you are able to reveal your true self higher. You don't have to confess to anyone else or even Master Dan. You just confess to your soul. Before you confess to your soul, you pray to the soul of Master Dan to help your body so that you can confess to your soul. Then you don't even have to say to a second person, only yourself. In that way, you are able to reveal your true self because of your confession with everything that you had made the mistakes or your selfishness in the past. That is how you can clear it. So you can recognize your true self and clear away from your ego. If you ask about love, I use this subject of the ego and the true self to explain for you. I hope that you are able to reveal more of your true self and clear your ego. In my life, after 34 years of learning and 18 years of teaching, I still have it. When I'm still eating and wearing clothes, I still have that. When I die, that I don't have anymore. Listen carefully. Do not think that I teach you and Master Dang is perfect. Only after death, then we can clear from this. Now, if I say I can get rid of them, then I'm wrong, because the deity have taught me the moment I die, then I can get rid of my selfishness. Now, in the past, with my selfishness, I can hold a grudge for 30 years. After that, people die. But in the past, I hold my grudges for 30 years. As I'm the master, I still continue to hold the grudges and anger. After my 34 years of learning, and in the 29th years, I was able to clear my angers. It is not that in the 29th years I can clear all of my angers. I still have my anger. So I hold my grudges for 30 years. So I hope with everything I learn, with everything I can do, as I learn for you, I apply it for you, so that when you go to the class, I summarize with everything that I have learned. I give you my opinion, that is my experience I have given to you. Then you use this means for my experience, so you are able to learn it faster and you can clear faster. It's not for yourself, but for other people, for your family. This is something that you should learn. This is something you should help. I tell you the truth. Nobody can teach you like this. That's why, because I teach beyond the books. As you see, you can ask questions. I don't have any books to refer in order to answer to you. I never have any of the levels from low to high. All the subject as I bring up, I do not know what you're going to ask. How can I prepare? So any of the subject as you ask, within or outside the scope of the class, as you ask, I'm ready to share with you all my experience to help you as the means, so you're able to recover your true self, to serve other people. That will include your family and your own religion. That is the top. Now go on. Next question in Russia.
Мастер Данг, ответьте, пожалуйста, на такой вопрос. Сознание и энергия, взаимосвязь их, первоочередно, что более важно, сознание либо энергия, как они связаны, как они взаимодействуют, как они работают друг с другом. И второй вопрос. Про тело света, энергии, пожалуйста, поподробнее, каким образом утончить свое тело, каким образом облегчить его. Какую роль в этом процессе играет наше сознание? И третий вопрос в этом же контексте про спокойствие ума. Пожалуйста, поподробнее, какую роль играет спокойствие ума при работе с энергией, при работе с техниками для того, чтобы утончить свое тело? Спасибо.
Dear Master Don, could you please guide me? Could you please answer give me answers to the following questions? The first one is, what is the relationship, the link, and the mutual influence between the consciousness and energy? Could you please give us more information on how do these two entities, if you could call them like that, influence one another? Consciousness and energy. Second question. You've mentioned about the body of light and body of energy. Could you please give us more detail regarding this? How can we make our body to become lighter, to become finer? What is the role of consciousness of ours in this question, in this regard? And the third question. Could you please tell us about the role of calmness of mind, of our mind being calm, in order to use energy, to use various techniques? Thank you very much.
So this is the three questions from the student in Russia. I want to answer for you. Listen carefully. Always, the humans, from a scientific perspective, medical or physical, they think that they understand everything. But no matter how much you understand, you are still in this three-dimensional world, no more or less. Beyond, there are other dimensions. You are still learning. You are vaguely understand. You cannot fully grasp. Then, how can you have all the capacity? As I have just mentioned to you, The human will help the human, but these are the humans with the special ability that are from the invisible deities who gave to us. Then we are able to have full understanding. To prove to you, that is the master right in front of you right here. I'm from Asia. In my age is not as high, and in the human world I do not learn much. But how come all of the questions you asked in many aspects I was able to clarify and answer for you? That is how a human can help the human. That human has the ability, the energy from the deities. Then we have full understanding. You know the past, the present, and the future. You understand and you know the past, the present, and future. What for? So you're able to contribute to help people. It doesn't mean that you can use it to boast or to be a fortune teller. That has no meaning, no use. Therefore, there are two perspectives in the human world. The physical body is nurtured by the gene, by the physical sense to make up this body that you have now. But the important part is your soul. Where does your soul come from? What is the ability? That is important. If your body, you have the mission, then your soul has been sent by the deities. Therefore, like I mentioned to you today, eventually in the level 16 up to level 18, your soul will go through many changes. When you complete the level 18, what for? The higher soul can merge with your body, what for? To help you, so you are able to merge with other people, so you are able to travel out of space to help people. Listen carefully. That is the reason in level 16, 18, as I teach you. So your body, no matter how good you are, the scientists have the research, they have recognized our brain. We are only using 6% of the brain. The 94% is unused. Through the research of the scientists, in the past 4 decades, they recognize that beyond our primary brain, there are the secondary brain, the reptilian and the mammal part of the brain. They influence our primary brain. That's why we are not able, it's blocked 94%, so how can we develop fully on a spiritual path? That is why we are only used in the three-dimensional world. In the recent years, as I have taught you, you are able to apply from many other dimensions out in space that nobody can achieve. I'm fortunate than you. In 1992, my body traveled out to space for real, and 13 years later, in 2005, I taught you the first level, 16, to help you with the ability to travel out to space really. From each level until the level 19, I teach you to merge individually or to merge with the living and the dead. That would be in the future. You would be able to achieve it. Therefore, our body with our knowledge, whether you are the scientist, the famous scientist, but you are still restricted in the three-dimensional world. But if you are able to merge with the deities through the levels, as I teach you so you can rediscover your true self, then you are able to grasp the information from other dimensions beyond the three-dimensional world. That is you who are learning, continue to learn. And you had and you continue to have this ability. These are many of the students who have learned ahead of you in your country. As I mentioned, I have to provide the evidence for you. I'm not teaching you in abstract. As I teach you, you have to see the result right away. Even though on the first day, as I teach you the method to travel out to space, but who knows, tonight or tomorrow, when you have the time, you can practice, and your body can totally lose the sensation, and you are able to travel out to space, and you are not able to be aware of your success. That is the result, so that your soul and your body have the opportunity to contribute to help your family, your country, and furthermore, you are able to help your own religion. That is how I explain for you about the body and the soul. Now I want to explain for you. I want you to have that calm mind. So you are able to have the true self. At any moment, anytime when you are totally free, whether you are sitting or you're lying down, for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, regardless of how many minutes, you can sit and relax and practice all the worries, fear, doubt in your mind. Why should you think if it's your mind? Whether it happened or when it already happened, just listen to Master Dang. Receive the light of God's aura and inhale to the nose and exhale to the mouth 10 times. Receive the light of God's aura and receive and send here and there. Pray to God, pray to the soul of Master Dang to merge with you so you can practice. 5 minutes later, your body will be very light and you'll be at peace. So all your worries you're able to clear. You can clear them very fast. Only in 5 minutes can you do it. If you want to clear them, if you want to have that calm mind, to be able to discover your true self, 5 minutes. If you can do it more, the better. But I just tell you, 5 minutes is sufficient. Whether you are at work, at lunch, let's say for 1 hour lunch, you can eat for 30 minutes and then you just sit there, close your eyes, just like you take a rest and just close your eyes. You don't need much, only 5 minutes, 10 minutes, suddenly you feel much better. And you can do your work much better and you have the clear mind, you can help your work, you can help your company. That is a good thing. And you are able to help your family. Can you do it? I don't need much, but the result, you can see it, right? 5 minutes, you can see it. Then you are able to have your latent ability, you are able to rediscover your true self. Then and you don't have any worries. Tonight you can practice right away. I don't need to tell you for an hour of a month, several months later to wait. Tonight, right in Europe, in your country, in Australia, a number of you tonight at 11 o'clock, you can practice at midnight. You will see the result immediately after the class. It doesn't mean that I tell you to learn and then you have to wait to practice for several months now tonight. This evening in Europe, you practice, you see the result right away. I'll not teach you, but if you want to see the result later on, we can meditate together so that our soul can merge together, all of the students in this level 16. And then tonight you see the immediate result. With your practice, you don't have to wait long. That is how I can teach you. If I teach you and I tell you to wait, then how can you help yourself? Not to mention about helping people. Now, about consciousness and energy, I want to mention to you, our own thinking, it is limited. The consciousness of the human is limited, but the consciousness of the soul to help your body, that is different. I advise for you to try it. The document, let's say you are stuck, you can only understand 30-40%. If you want to understand more, so just place a document in front of you, then you can practice. You practice for 5-10 minutes, and after your practice, your body is very light. Then when you return back to normal sense, you don't practice anymore. You look back, read again. You read by the energy, with your body is so light, by the true self. Then you may be able to understand 60, 70, 100%. This I can guarantee for you, 100%. The way I teach you is very fast, but with a condition. You have to listen carefully, you have to apply correctly. Then with everything that you wish, you're able to achieve. Why? So that your true self can be revealed in order to help yourself, to help your family, to help other people. Then your practice would be very easy for you. That is my lecture and my answer I share with you so that I can awaken your true self if you wish. Then through your question, and you can apply, you can see the immediate result. You don't have to wait. Now go on. Next question.
Прежде чем задать вопрос, я хочу поблагодарить мастера за такую прекрасную возможность быть на этом семинаре и получать знания и все те блага, которые идут от вас, от высших существ. В послании была информация о том, что высшие существа проводят какой-то эксперимент. Не могли бы вы рассказать об этом эксперименте, что он из себя представляет? Его цель этого эксперимента. Второй вопрос. Что есть иллюзия и каким образом выйти за пределы иллюзий? И разъясните, пожалуйста, что есть понятие справедливость и правда. Спасибо.
Before I ask my questions, I would like to thank Master for the opportunity that he has given us to attend this seminar to receive knowledge that comes through him, all the benefits that his teaching brings us, that come from you, Master, and through you from higher beings. And now my questions. Your message, Master, talked about experiments that higher beings are organizing or having. What is that experiment? Could you please give us more detailed information on what is the purpose of that experiment of higher beings? Second question, could you please tell us more about illusion? What is it? How can we overcome limits thereof, of illusion? How can we go out of that illusion? And the third question, dear Master, could you please clarify for us the concepts of fairness and truth? Thank you.
Dạ, xin hết thưa thầy. Now, through these three questions, let me answer for you. As you know, from my understanding, in all of the planets beyond this Earth, among the galaxies, the sun, the moon, there's no living creatures, human living. As God used this Earth with the human species to test, to see if the humans, how much we can excel in the nearest, God thought that on Earth, the humans can reach that wisdom and enlightenment. We have wisdom, we have enlightenment, but we still have our selfishness. So I'm no exception. For that reason, from my understanding, as I learned from the deities 200,000 years ago, in Atlantis, they are the top in this world. They are able to transform the body to travel out to space easily. But then they would not share to help others to have that same wisdom or enlightenment. These masters, they would not be able to merge to the living or the dead. I do not know for what reason. So the deities had invited all of them back 200,000 years ago. So now they all return back on Earth. There are no strangers. You, me, all of us. A number of you have seen on the website, you mentioned about the message of Megum, mentioned about the lesson 101. Many of you from Atlantis, you go and you learn the 100 lesson. You think you are good and you come down to help, to contribute in the human world. But then you still fall back to your old habits with the same level of selfishness. As I learned slower, I learned after I learned the lesson 101. Then I come back down here to remind you so that you are able to discover your true self that you already had 200,000 years ago. So I hope this time, if you and me, we don't have selfishness, that we are able to help all the people on earth to be just like us, to be just like you and me, then on earth we will have a giant light. That is the success in the human world, so that as we can evolve, we can migrate to other planets to bring the human life there. Now they don't have the human species exist in other. Regarding the claim from the scientists mentioning about the alien life out there, I tell you the truth, if they have the human species out there in other planets, then the human on earth here we are much better, but we cannot. Only in the case of sending an astronaut out to space, you can remember on January 28 in 1986, 7 American astronauts, in 37 seconds, the spacecraft exploded, only in 37 seconds. So, if they are really good, it would not explode, they would not die. And these 7 astronauts, they are the top experts. So that was in the past. We don't want to mention anymore. I want to elaborate further. Once we can reach the light on earth to become the light, then with this light, you are able to travel just like the people in Atlantis many years ago. Then we can migrate. Since you have the ability already, your body, you don't have the boundary of time and space. Our body with full knowledge, then you are able to migrate to other planets. You can create all of the living creature there. It's not so difficult. The difficult is, can you succeed or not? You are not, and you still boast you did not succeed, and you think yourself better than God. That is the greatest error of the human on earth. But it is coincide, as I have just read the documents, on earth, as we had seen 3 times of the Great Flood a million years ago, and then the recent one 80,000 years ago, with the changes on earth, with all of geographic changes that turned the mountain to the ocean, and the ocean to the mountain. These are the claim from the scientists. For this question, I hope that in the decade of the 21st century, it is not that I hang on to life, but if I can live long and you can live long, as we return back from the life, return to death, and death will return back to life. That is starting today. You, as you are from living, tonight you practice, perhaps you return back to death, and then you return back to life. That is your physical body. But your soul, in the past, each time when your body, only after the body died, then the soul can go here or there into another body. That is according to the books. But from my understanding, it is no exception, except in the case when your body, if you are not able to reincarnate, then when you are going through the reincarnation, then all of the soul had to learn in order to evolve. So when you come to the EV school, now you are in the level 16, you are going through 16 times of the changes, or level 18, you go through 18 times of the changes of the soul. Meaning that your body died 18 times. That's why you have changed 18 souls. You haven't seen it, but now you will. From the living to death, and then death back to life. Why? So you are able to merge to have the living, and then you are able to merge to have the dead. From the principle of black magic or the sorcerers, only just making a promise to have people that you would die doesn't mean that you are able to merge with others. To merge with a living person is so difficult. To merge with a dead even more difficult. But how come you can do it? I don't have this ability. As I teach you, this ability is God who gave to me. As I have, I teach you so you can have. So I don't have any selfish anymore. I don't want to keep for myself. I keep, it would be the same mistake I made 200,000 years ago. I don't want to violate that again. I don't want my student to make the same mistake again. Except you yourself, you don't like, that is your freedom of choice. I cannot force you. If you don't want to, then you can give up. If you don't want to, you can stop using. I cannot block you. If you can help your family, your country, you can help your religion, you can help your communities. If you don't want to, then you can give it up. I cannot force you. So you listen carefully. That is the research in the human world, from my understanding. On Earth, it's been around for 3 billion years. The human species, for the past 2,000 years, they have reached that wisdom and enlightenment, but it is erased. I hope this is the third time. That is you and me, all of us. Hopefully this time, the third time. The second time, we failed in Egypt. That was 75,000 years ago. But the scientists, they had mentioned the third time was 80,000 years with a JJ on Earth. But I know about 70,000 years. The scientists, they claim 80,000 years. So in the final stage, the large Ewe family, the master is from Vietnam with the name LUONG Dang. But as I have taught to many countries around the world, my students are in many countries in the world. In a large Ewe family, we have many religions that come into the Ewe family. But there is no organization or any religion that can have, just like in our family of Ewe. We have never seen any masters or any organization that can teach a class that they can translate into 15 or 16 languages altogether. They may have in the UN perhaps 7 languages maximum, but in the Ewe school we can translate 16 or 10 languages, or like now we have more than 10 languages with many countries are connected. So as we can see in the future, the human, how much we can excel, because the soul has been sent by the deities that are the top from Atlantis, who come back here to rebuild the human world. That 200,000 years ago, the master in Atlantis had failed, but now they all come back in us, so that we can rebuild to the human world, the new world, new people, to have wisdom and enlightenment. That is our true self we can reveal, and with our true self, then we don't have death, because we are going beyond time and space. Because our body, if we are fortunate, just like 2,000 years ago in Atlantis, we don't have the body, so how can we die? Because the body and the soul as one, and the body has transformed to energy. That is the reason today, as you are teaching, you are not just learning alone. In the higher levels in the future, you will be able to travel here and there. Your body and your soul can travel here and there to contribute to help people. Does it mean that you can sit in one place if you wish? If you don't want to, it is your own choice. I cannot force you. If you wish to learn, you wish to help people, then you learn. You can apply, and I do not force you or block you. That is your own freedom of choice. That is how I answer for you about the humans, as the deities are going through all of the trial. As I mentioned to you, in the human world, as a human, we lead a life of illusion. It's not like a real. We are so used to that fake, the illusion. But who gave us this illusion? It is the human world. In many regenerations, we build up this illusion. So how can we find the truth? If you learn the truth, then you don't have any suffering. If you're learning the truth, meaning you have your true self, then you don't have suffering, because you're learning from the illusion. And according to many of the scriptures, they only tell you only a theory. They mention about in a Buddhist teaching, meaning that everything is temporal. But including Buddha, from the Prince Siddhartha, who's about to take the throne, he gave up the throne, the beautiful wife, and all of the wealth to go follow the spiritual path. That is Buddha. And then he tell all of the disciples to follow just like him. But anyone I can see for the past 25 centuries until now, nobody can follow just like Buddha. As I teach you, very practical. Anyone listen to him, because each of them, they have their own temple. And in the past, in my country, They walk bare feet, but now they say that walking bare feet it is cold, so they have to wear socks and then wear shoes. So how can they handle it? In the past, for Buddha in India, it was a hot country. He just wear the cassock, and sometimes he just walk around bare chest. But now, if they listen to Buddha, they would die. How can they follow? And without listening to Buddha, and they have a big temple, they will also fail. So any of the disciples of Buddha listen to him. It is temporal, but according to Buddha, but now they all have without all these places where they can sleep. As I go to the temple without the heater, then I would die. So for sure that they will need to have all this necessity. They say that it's temporal, but how come they have the big temple? I can say over here abroad, in my country, they have the big temple, and then each month they have to worry about the bill for the gas, for the payment. But the deities also love them and help them to take care of the bill. But Buddha taught them that they have to be in peaceful inside, so they're able to apply and help spiritual path. But they don't listen to Buddha. And supposedly 8 of them, they have one temple. So I also worry about many of these monks. So eventually, I just tell you that truth, so you can see the theory always teach you like an illusion. Because when the moment of our birth in this human world, it is just like the temporal. So how can you learn? I say teach you the truth for 18 years. In my 10 fingers, I don't know if I can have 10 students. At night I keep on thinking if I can have 10 students who can really have the true self. I don't know if I have even 10 students. They all know all the theory, because we learn all the fake. The truth, we were afraid of the truth because the truth has nothing. Because Buddha had taught the truth is temporal. When you are thirsty, you need to drink. When you're hungry, you need to eat. So you can see. When you are cold, you need to wear warm clothing. When you walk out, in the past you walk bare feet, but now you walk 1,000 kilometers, you would die. In the past in India, they can walk for several hundred kilometers because as they are walking and resting. But now to walk for many kilometers, none of these monks, whether they go by car or by train or by airplane, they cannot walk, not even by bicycle. That is, as you are asking, I analyze for you, as I teach you in a very practical way, not abstract. So, as you know, in the human world with the illusion, but the means is very important. Money, wealth are all fake, but you know how to use this fake one so you can find the true one. That is your true self. That is the truth. The truth, it is your true self. Do not think that the truth is absolute. No, when you find the truth, meaning that you have the true self, that is the truth. That is your own truth. It is not the truth in the books, not the truth in the standard of the human world. That is your own truth. As it is revealed the truth, then with that you have the ability to help others. You have this infinite love in that sense. Do not read for many books mentioned about the truth, and then this subject or that subject for many books, they're all illusion. They're not real. They're only in theory. But the real one, you don't want to look for it. You only look for the fake one. As I come here, I teach you so that you can find the true self, meaning the truth. That is absolute truth. And if you keep on talking about the true self to reveal that, then you have everything. This truth is never changing. And all the other type of the truth, they are all changing. Because once you have the real truth, then nothing can change. If you're looking for the fake, they're all changing. That's why the real one don't have any problem. But the subject of today in level 16 I explained it's not like the previous session of level 16. Each level, depending on your level and the number of students who learn, is different. Do not think that the last level 16 and this level 16 are teach similarly. No. That's why many of you who sit in front of you, number of you who are level 19, but you still listen to the lecture of level 16, 17, 18, because these are some of the new questions, the new answers, and new experience as I share with many of you to the new students. So the former students, the auditors, can also learn and benefit. So you are able to help yourself and help others. That is the reason I advise whenever there is a higher level, if you have the free time, you need to come to audit to help yourself so that you are able to really discover your true self, so that it is revealed, so that you are able to help mankind. So now, as you mentioned about fear, for sure, it is, if you have the truth, then you don't fear, but because it is illusion, that's why you have fear. Because you are fake, that's why you are afraid. Let's say you have the real 24, you have a real gold, then for sure, no matter how you burn it, it is still real gold. But if you have fake gold, then when they burn it, sometimes they mix it with other metal. If you have the real gold, then you are not afraid of it. I teach you, it is not beyond the information of the human world. As I teach you from the deities who reveal to me, as I teach you with the real information, so that I can help you to have the true self, so that you can guide your body to understand. Your body can help your true self to reveal. The reason that you are not able to have the true self, that is because of the influence of the secondary brains. That is the mammal and the reptilian part of the brain that is blocking your primary brain. So how can you develop? How can you can reveal your true self? You don't have any problem, but the problem is in the human world. That is so many generations in the human world that has caused. If you are able to clear this, as I know it, and I'm teaching you, so that you are able to find your true self, and you are able to control them, so they can help you. The secondary part of the brain, the reptilian and the mammal part, will help you. Once you are able to control them, they will help you. And if you are not able to control them, then they're not able to help you, and they also can harm you. And you have less wisdom. Then, with the lack of wisdom, how can you help people? That is the reason, as I come to earth, my purpose is to teach and remind, so that you can bring your true self. You are able to help your family, your country, your religion. That is the reason the teaching of UE has been around for the past 18 years. So now, in Holland, you can ask 2 questions, and after Holland, Spain can ask.
Okay, we're going to keep the order as on the list. So Belarus, then Germany, then Holland, Iran, Portugal, South Africa, Spain, and Turkey. So next is Germany, and we keep the order I wrote in the chat. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Jonas?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ralph.
We hear you.
Okay, so there is no question in Germany. Nobody wants to ask a question in Germany. So you can go to the next. I'm sorry, there's no question in Germany.
I'm sure, Ralph, you have a question. Come on, Ralph. I know you have a question.
Can we also ask from the auditors, a question from the auditors? So, okay, I'm going to ask a question. maybe the master can explain more about the concept of karma. Okay?
Good, thank you, Ralph.
Now, when we talk about karma, in many levels, I have taught you all the means, the concept of karma in many religions in the world. That is the way to discipline the people to do good and stay away from evil. That is the meaning of the concept of karma. But now, in the teaching of Iwi, as I teach you in Iwi, I use this means. That is a way that had disciplined me from the time I was young. I also thank these people to use this disciplinary way for me to find the truth. So all of this means I will also thank many of these. But once I become the master, as I teach in 5 continents, I explain to you, now our physical body, no matter how good or bad you are, after 1 century you would die, no more or less. If you live more than a century, but very less, I just want to give you the people at the age of 80 up to 100, people would die. That is how it is in the human world, whether you have sinned or not. Who knows that you have sinned or not? Nobody. Is it right? How do you know whether you have sinned or not? Let's say you do 10 sin, but you do 100 good deeds. But how do you know? But they can condemn you. In the past, you may have 10 sin, but you do all of the good deeds. It's clear you still have 90 extra blessing. Anybody knows? Nobody would know, because people who are living in the fake world, they only know how to condemn you, but they do not praise you when you do the good things. That is one of the errors in the human world. That is because of our ego. So we cannot blame the ego. If it is a true self, then everything will be clear. Whether you have sinned or not, it is clear. That is a true self. So now I explain further. Your soul, does your soul eat or wear clothing? No. Your soul would be just like Buddha who's sitting, or Jesus, or the Virgin Mary. Jesus just opened his arm, and Mary opened her arms, and Buddha sit there, closing his eyes. They don't even touch anyone. But then how come the statue of Jesus or Mary or Buddha, but how come you show your anger toward them? You are so illogical. Supposedly, if he condemned you or caused grudges to you or harmed you or problem to you, then you may show your hatred. But they are just a statue, don't do anything to you. Had no business with you. But how come you hold grudges toward them? My point here is your soul. Now your name is Mr. A, B, or C, but in the past, what is your name? Does your soul have any sin or not? Just like your soul, now I explain for you, your soul is sent by the deities, as God has sent you down here. And your soul are the higher soul. Do you dare to say that your soul have sinned or not? Do you dare? Then the soul doesn't have any needs. The humans have the need that they have sinned or not, we are not able to determine. But the soul come down here to learn. Your soul come down here to have your body, so how can it have sin? So where is the karma? And they say that you see the past, you can see the present. In the past, do you know who you were? At the present time, you know that you are A, B, or C. But in the future, do you know where your soul will end up? No. So I advise for you, the books, they're all the means. About the concept of karma, I thank these people. But as our level, as we reach higher, our understanding is broader. Our body, whether they have sinned or not, we end up death. But our soul, from soul A and we go to soul B, or after soul C, return back to the deities. There's no sin. Now you keep on talking about sin, then how can you develop on your spiritual path? When you have fear, then you cannot develop on a spiritual path, because fear is block you. With fear, that's why you are always searching for the fake one, not the real one. The reason because of your fear. That's why you keep on looking for the fake one, illusion, instead of the truth. If you can find the truth, then you will become just like Buddha or Christ already. 25 centuries until now, from the time of Buddha returned, or 2000 years ago, from the time of Jesus, is there anyone who be just like Buddha or Christ? None, nobody. You think about it. Today I explained for you about the concept of karma, and I remind you, you need to thank these people who devise this means for us to find the truth, so that we are able to find wisdom and enlightenment. Once we can find wisdom and enlightenment, then you have to thank these means, even though we see them as it is confirmed that they are the means. But some people, they still need the means, just like me, just like you in the past. Only with this means that we can find the truth, we can discover wisdom and enlightenment, so that we are able to contribute to help people. But now with your fear about a concept of karma, then you are not able to develop on your spiritual path. If you're not able to develop and you don't have the ability, then how can you help people? Because every day you keep on fear. You are afraid of killing a fish, afraid of killing a cow or a chicken, you are afraid. Is it right? You are afraid of sin. That's why in many of the level in the past, many people who are killing the animal slaughterhouse, who are working in a slaughterhouse, they say that they have sin or not. I said that they don't. Many people who say that, how come I teach? Very strange. Because in our life, after 80 years, if you follow all the religious and pray to the deities, and you return to the deities, after the ancestor died, and then you pray for them. For animals, do you want to keep them around for many years? Or let's say a dog, or you let them live for 40 years, or the cow will live for 80 years. It's a pity for the cow in India. The cow in other country, after a few years, and they are in a slaughterhouse. But you keep the cow for many years. That's so as a cow eating the grass and then giving milk, and then when the soul coming to the body of the cow, and they're so suffering, supposedly 6 months they died, so they can go on to become human. In a way, as you kill them, and you are helping them to evolve faster. How come you don't help them? I teach you in a very practical way. You think about it. Is it right? As you are the humans, you reach a higher level with a broader understanding, as you know how to learn, then how come you don't help those who are following you, the lower animals, so they themselves, they can evolve? If their life, you keep on blocking them as a cow, let's say your children, when they are born, you help them to learn elementary school, and then they go on to high school, and then in high school, and you're encouraging them to go to college, and then they become the doctor, physician, or scientist. And that's why you see the children can grow up, and the others lower than them. You keep them as a cow. That's why God is fair. The dog in Vietnam, the dog, they are being tortured, and they go to Europe and they become the fourth in the society. The dog in Vietnam, they're mistreated, but the dog in America, in Europe, they even lead a life better than the human. In Vietnam, human life is very cheap, but in Europe, a dog life is much better. In the West, they have to take care of the dog in many ways. When the dog is sick, and you take them to the vet. Except only in the case when the dog is lost and then got killed. When you talk about karma, I just share with you from that concept. As I learned a lesson from the deities, I share with you, so you can understand. If you want to evolve, you want to have enlightenment, you want to have the true self with you, and this is a true way of love, because you like the dog, and you keep the dog for 25 years. In Vietnam, when they see the dog, you know how come, because in Vietnam they're so poor, they see the dog, and one dog, and that they can feed a family for 1 week. But over here, you hit a dog, and then you will be in jail. So each continent, each country, the law is different. But I teach you in a very practical way. I don't want to change, but we have to thank all of these means, all the means that come to us. As we learn, we have to thank, because they can help us to find the wisdom and enlightenment, so that we are able to help all the living creatures to evolve just like our soul. In that way, we then will have a wisdom and enlightenment. That is the fairness and the justice of God. As God had tested the humans to see how we can reach wisdom and enlightenment. Doesn't mean that we come here and we kill all of the animals and the lower life form. No, I have a pity. Many people who live with the dog, and sometimes when the dog dies, some people they are crying because the dog has been blessed. As a dog dies, and we are not as blessed, we're not able to help that dog. So supposedly in the 3 years and 5 years the dog will die, but you blocking them and you keep them around for 18 years and 25 years, keeping them around with you, you think just you love them. You don't see this. I can see very clearly. But I don't tell you to kill them. If it is at that time that they would die, I don't tell you to do that. 10 years ago, when I go to Thailand to teach, you see my student, I talk and they said that today I had killed 20 mosquitoes. And then the next day he said that he's helped 30 souls, meaning killing 30 flies so that their soul can evolve. That is the subject, as you mentioned, about the concept of karma I want to share with you. As we are the high soul, we are able to help our body to rediscover our true self. So the subject, as I help you with my experience, so you're able to learn and progress. Now go on. Next question. Second question. In Germany.
Jonas?
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Okay, now. Okay. I have the first question.
Okay,
The first question is related to the donation of organs, and the question is, if we donate organs, does it have any influence on our spiritual development? So is it possible that we can donate organs without any influence on our spiritual development after we die? This is the first question. The second question is, how many of DNS strings, so desoxyribonucleic acid strings, do we have actually, and how many will we have in the future? Okay. So we have a third question.
Yes, Ralph, you have a third question?
Yes, I'm listening to the student who is asking the question. So sorry, he's first speaking, then I will translate. Okay? So sorry for this. Okay, scientists, they say that the DNA is nothing else but an antenna for ourselves. So can you say more about this? Can the master give more information on this subject? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Those were the three questions. Thank you.
Okay, what is the third question?
The third question is related to the DNA. Some scientists, hold on. The third question is related to the DNA. Some scientists, they say that the DNA is nothing else but an antenna, and the students would like to know whether this is correct, that the DNA is just nothing else but an antenna for mankind. Could you understand?
Thank you.
Nice camera, Ralph. You're looking very good. We can see your wrinkles. You got younger this year.
Thank you very much.
Now, in the case of donating the organs, there's no effect, no influence. However, if you know the organs that we donate to these people, if we know meaning that you transfer energy to them, then our organs can merge easily with the body without any complication to the body of the people who receive our donated organ. And in other situations, people who receive our organs without the energy, and the organs can adapt better into the body without the energy. Sometimes it may cause some complication in the new body, and that may cause some influence with their health, as the body is not able to adapt to the organs, and these people may die after a short time. Including for us, if we use a donated organ inside our body, from a medical perspective, it may not be able to adapt well. However, if we have another organ inside our body, we have the sufficient ability. As we use universal energy, we can transfer energy to help the organ to adapt into our body. Then you don't have any more complication, and with your health, you are able to regain your normal health and to prolong your life when you have the new organ inside our body. That is how I explain to you on that concept. However, so your second question about the DNA string, in fact, when you come to learn UE, it is not that we are talking against science, but we have solved the problem with the virus. We are able to eliminate the toxic water in the drinking water, and as we are using universal energy to help with the case of water, with the food, we are able to change the DNA in the future. Recently, as I taught the level 19, I advise for you the higher level in UE to be careful. When you are testing the DNA between your spouse, you may see the change. It is your own children, but they may see the change in your DNA. If not, when you learn, you have the ability, and you are able to change the environment. As you are able to change the environment, for sure, there are the changes in your own DNA, and the change in your DNA, it may be rare, but it happened. I want to share with you, especially many of you in the UE family, especially for those in higher levels. And in our body, many of the DNA string I do not know. In fact, I do not know clearly. However, in each of our cell, it can affect the effect from the universe. In 24 hours, perhaps hundreds of billions of the cell can change, not just 100,000. For that reason, if we know how to use, meaning you know how to use universal energy so that we are able to eliminate, to solve all the soul of the cell inside our body, then we are able to lead a life beyond time and space. I want to train our body so you can transform to energy. That is the purpose. I do not want to promise or guarantee. However, we only have 2 more years. That would be the end of the first decade of the 21st century. After 10 years of the 21st century, there are many changes in the teaching of UE. The important part is the level 20. I have trained a number of you. You are able to merge with the living and to help the living people with the program, so they are able to achieve in the field of science, physics, in society, in economy. But then you still have your limitation. Each day you can only merge 3% maximum. That is so many of you who are in level 19. And similarly for you, eventually I will teach you, you are able to merge to 1% at level 18 to practice. And in level 19 you will practice. When you come to level 20, that is the highest level in UE. then you can merge collectively. That will be in the future. At the present time, through your question, I explain further for you. The self, it is in a system of receiving universal energy. If you know how, that is the method. As I help your body to transform into energy to travel out to space, it requires that you need to learn level 16 today. So that your practice, as you lose all sensation of your body, losing all the sensation of your body, then you are combining with universal energy. Your body, you can see in the future, you will be able to achieve this in order to help mankind. So you can regain back to help your true self, to serve people. That is the reason, as I teach you to practice, so you are able to learn. Eventually, you are able to merge to many people, and you are able to help the dead to become the living, to serve, to help people in many aspects. But I want to teach you carefully in level 16, in the case of a technique, so you can practice, so you are able to achieve all. In the case of traveling out to space, so that your cell can merge with your soul to travel out of space, that is the point. And there are many lessons continuing, and there are many other techniques continuing through your practice, so that to train you, so you can become a person with real wisdom, your body and soul as one. You can travel here and there to contribute to help mankind. That a number of you who graduate level 19 you had, and you continue to have. That is the reason I want to share with you, because today you're learning in level 16. I still have my limitation in the answer to you, so that you can understand the effect through your practice, so that your body can achieve. But what's for? You're able to merge to another person. What's for? That in the future, the large Iwi family, we will have the chance to learn, to practice, to help other people.
There's a question about twins. I am myself a mother of several twins, and I have an experience during my pregnancy of my mother, that I met another soul, a soul that, so you were also part of a twin, so she was also part of a twin, and she remembers, she had an experience that when her mother was pregnant, that she met another soul, a soul that did not succeed to come to life. My question is, what is the meaning of such a meeting with a soul that will not incarnate? Is it possible, or has it any value to meet such a soul again? Because I have the feeling that it has also a meaning in my life, in my present life. That was all.
Now let me explain for you. You listen carefully. Also, as we do not have the right to stand here and there. The soul of Master Dang do not have the right to interfere. Do not mention about the soul of all of the people on earth. I explain for you, so you listen carefully. The part that the soul can come into one body or another, it is up to the deities who decide where your soul can come. Not us, we can decide. The fact that you may meet another soul of the people that you may know in the past, you would not know. It never happened. Even if you meet them, you would not be able to recognize that is a law in the spiritual world. You think that you may wish to meet this or that. You don't have that ability. But in the level of the EV that I have taught you recently, the level 19, but I did not teach you, but in the level 20, I prepare for you. If your soul, you are able to merge in the level 20 at the moment of death. Let's say you are an elder and you are about to die. Your soul, with your ability, meaning you are able to merge to anyone, the man, woman, boy or girl, family members or strangers. Why? So you can continue on your journey as you learn in this time, so that the next time you are able to continue to contribute. This is something you can do. Therefore, I train you to learn, meaning to merge the living, to merge with the dead. That is my purpose. The purpose, the deity who teach me, that is so that it is not that your soul can merge into another body, that you have to learn from the beginning. Let's say the soul Master Dang, for example. The soul Master Dang who come here in the past will have to learn from low to high, from low to high, from the bad to the good. But now you don't have to learn. As you already learned, you have merged already. In the human world, you already know everything. You continue on. All of the high soul who come down here too much into a body, nobody know. And they do not reveal to that body to know. And they do not need to claim themselves with names. Because you only learn in the illusion, the fake one, nobody would believe. That's why the deity would not reveal to you. That's why for you, whatever you say, nobody would believe you. Because they learn the fake one. So when you tell the truth, they don't believe you. In the future, when you tell the truth, they learn the truth and they don't recognize it. That is what I trained you. So that your true self is real. So for these people, when they say real or false, you would know. If that person, if the soul is a high one, then they will tell the truth. And only the truth with those with the true self, that you can recognize it. If you tell the truth, but for those who will live in the fake life, they will not be able to know it. It's so simple with the condition that you need to have your true self. And that is something I'm teaching you, I'm guiding you. So you're able to achieve this. So when you are telling people, now I train you so that you can merge with others, so you can convince them. That is the truth. To convince them, to help them. It doesn't mean that you see that beautiful girl and that merge so that she loves you. You would die. When you see that handsome man and you try to merge and help that man to fall in love with you, you would die. To merge with a purpose, to contribute to help that body, to contribute to help other people. If you think that you learn to the high levels and you love a girl or you love a man, and you merge and you will die, you don't have to go anywhere. That is how I explain for you. That is a very special point that from the past until now, in the human world, they have never seen. I have often taught you and presented to you all of the lectures, all of the documents, all of the lessons as I learned from the deities, and then I teach you. If I'm teaching you in the books of the human world, that will be similar. And once it is similar, then whatever I teach it is no value, because the people had already taught. They may teach it with theory, but I'm teaching you now to practice. So that with their lecture, it is confirmed. That is real, that is the truth, because they wrote it, but they could not do it. They may write very cleverly, but they cannot do it. But I teach you, you can do it, but I do not write. So both, according to each other, one is a theory. Sometimes they write a theory so clever they cannot do it, and they feel sad. But somebody else among us, we are able to prove it, the theory that are real, with a real result, then both can benefit. Benefit meaning that you have the true self, and with your ability you are able to practice. So both combine together, the spiritual and the physical, in order to help mankind. Now go on, next question.
Okay, next question for Holland. Good morning, Master. Thank you that we can study again with you. The first question: when we practice to travel into space, and when this is successful, shall we be visible for other people? And the second question: why can we learn faster without our physical body? Are we coming to the borders or to the limitations of the spiritual growth of our soul when we stay into our body, in our physical body? Thank you, Master.
Through these two questions, I want to share with you, as you learn to progress. In the future, if you wish, you would, because it happened. You can sit in your country, your soul can go to the disaster area, and with your image, people may see you. You don't see them, they may see you. They may see you are in country A, and they may see you in country B. And it already happened. It's not that doesn't yet. If you wish, for that reason, you need to practice. To practice so you have the ability with your true self, then you can help in both sense, material and spiritual. If you wish to do it, but you have to practice. Just like for you, you have the fire, I have the rice and the water. All you need is in 15-20 minutes you cook and you have rice. I have all the ingredients for you, and you don't do it, then you cannot have anything. So you have, if you wish, you have to practice, you have to learn. That is on the first part answer for you. The teaching of Iwi, we have been and we continue to have this ability. Including your soul, tonight you can go back to your home as you practice. Sometimes you practice, your soul can return back to your home. You may see your parents, but you're not able to tell them anything. In level 16, in high level, people may see you, you don't see them. In a low level, you can see them. In high level, you see them, you cannot talk to them, but they can see your image. They thought that you come there, but in fact, you are still at home. As you ask, the experience that I have, the result from the student who reported to me, they had been, and they continue to have this ability. On the second part, I answer for you. In the beginning phase, in the level 16, I taught you, the humans can help the human. Beyond the human, no one can help the human. I know that the deities have the ability, but you learn the fake, and they tell you the truth, they don't believe. Now the deities merge with you. You said the deities merge with you, nobody would believe, but the student may believe, with the condition that they can sense when you are talking to your friend, at the moment you talk with your friend, and suddenly the deities merge with you. The UE student from level 5, 6, 7, or level 11, 12, and 13, or level 14 and 15, the moment you talk to them, 5 minutes later, the energy changes, they can sense your energy. Then they know your soul, who is merged with you. It doesn't mean that they don't know. I have taught you from level 3, with the chakra open 100%, they would know. They don't have to wait until the level 14 or 15 to know it. So, I advise for you, the human can help the human, meaning the human with the ability. And that ability I have taught you. Does it mean that I alone have it? I have, you have, we all have. So that you and me, we all hold hands together to contribute to help mankind. And now, you said you learn in the spirit, in the spiritual sense, your soul already have the ability already. As I explained, you try to learn up to level 18. Then your soul from the chakra 3 up to protect your body, they're still around to protect, helping you. But when you go to level 19, all the soul from the past who protect your body, they all return to the deities. And it's up to your soul to decide. And close to your soul, there is the soul of Master Loving Dang to support you 24 hours a day. At any moment when you need, then my soul will merge with you to help you easily. From this level, today at the end of the class, my soul will merge with you so that through your practice you can be successful now and in the future to contribute to help people. It doesn't mean that I just merged for you for fun. I merged so you can practice, so you can succeed to help people. This is something I can do for real. It doesn't mean I tell you only vaguely, but tonight you practice, you can see the immediate result. You don't have to wait until next month. That is how I share with you. Therefore, I train you the body and the soul. I still learn many high lessons. I do not dare to teach. I hope in level 20 I will teach you. There are many other lessons that I could not imagine. It is so high. Then just like 34 years ago, when I learned a lesson from the deities, I would not believe. But now, after 13 years, I was able to achieve the higher. From that moment, I start to have belief. After I learned 13 years later, I would believe. When I start to learn, the deities will reveal everything to me. But I would not believe, because in my life I don't have anything. The deities mentioned that I would travel abroad, around the world, to teach all the people, to preach to all the people. I would not believe, because in my country is poor, I don't have anything. No family members, no wealth and position, so how can I go abroad to other countries? Only God who sent my body from my country to go abroad so that I can travel to teach. It never happened in the human world. Including my own mother, she wouldn't believe. So how can family members, they believe? I said that I can go abroad, but nobody would believe. I don't have any relative, nobody can sponsor me. But I go from Vietnam to go straight to America. In Vietnam, there's no second person, only Master Leming Nang. I don't know how come I can go. I tell you the truth. That is the deities who helped me to go abroad. It doesn't mean I go like many of the refugees who had to go by boat and go to other country. On the aircraft, I go straight to America. There's nobody else. That is how the deities who had designed for my life. The moment I was on the aircraft to go abroad, then I would believe the deities, whatever they taught me, had prepared for me everything. At that time, from the time I started to learn, I don't want to mention too much about that. Because on this, sometime in the previous class I had mentioned, I just want to share with you on that point, so you can know that the human can help the human, but that the human is having the ability, the soul, no matter how high they are, tell it to the people in the fake one, they don't believe. Your soul in the same way, you tell the people who are in the illusion, they don't believe. But the people with a true self, they believe. But now we have only a small number of the people with a true self. Once we have more people with a true self, then these are the people who can contribute with us to help mankind in the future, in the decade of the 21st century. The future of the decade of the 21st century doesn't mean that you have to wait for 100 years. We only have 2 more years. That's all I can share with you on that point. Now, the next country in Spain.
که میشه شرایطی پیدا بشه که ما حتی از استاد جلوتر بیافتیم، یعنی این شرایط فعلی از شما بخوایم که درخواست کنید ما از شما بالاتر قرار بگیریم یه این مسائل روحی. یکی این که عقل جزء جسم یا روحه یا هر دوش یا رابطه بین الناس. آیا اصلا روح میتونه عصبانی بشه یا خوشحال بشه یا این شرایط فقط یا مثل لجبازی که میگن جسم لجبازه، روح هم میتونه این حالات رو داشته باشه یا خیر؟ آیا این قدرت ها باعث برتری ما به دیگران هم میشه یا نه؟ ما میتونیم که خودمون از دیگران برتر بدونیم به خاطر این داستان ها یا نه؟ نه باید باعث افتادگی و فروتنی ما بشه بیشتر.
Dear Master, Dear Master, is our mind a part of the body and the soul, or both? Please explain. Could we request so that we evolve in a higher level than you? Does these powers make us better than others? And do we have the right to tell others you don't understand nothing with the 5% of your brain? As you know, refinement is transferable, like power. But it's not stable.
Be careful. We don't hear you. We only please mute or let the translator talk and then do a local translation, I mean, please. Please continue.
Do these powers make us better than others? We have the right to tell others you don't understand nothing with the 5% of your brains. As you know, refinement is transferable like power, but it's not stable. Please give us a technique and explain more to us. Maybe the way I design my questions is to show myself to you. It means that I understand these things. How can we overcome or stop our selfishness? Does the soul get angry or happy or etc.? Please explain. Thank you.
Now, as you know, with our mentality, it is up to our own body. But there are two phases. If our soul is high, then our mind, with our thinking, it is from the soul to help so that your body can learn, with the condition that your soul is highly trained. But if your soul is not, then whatever the thinking is from your body, the soul will follow. Then that would be a pity for the soul. However, I confirm with you, when you graduate the level 13++, that is, you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man, everything has changed. As the soul gives you all the ability, your thinking to help you so you are able to learn and evolve. I had confirmed with you that point. Therefore, you are not able to resist. Sometimes if you wish, you are not able to. Sometimes you do not want to, but you have to do it. That is when you learn to the higher level in UE. However, you are still under the restriction because of the high soul from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5 who come to protect your body. That's why they still influence you. These souls always help you through the challenges. When you have the disasters or catastrophe or accident, this soul will help you So that's why you are under the influence of the two souls. That is your own soul when you are going to a high level, or the soul close to your body to help to protect your body. Therefore, if you want to do something, it is so difficult. That is my point. That is your body, your soul, you have the mission. But if you do it you're on your own, with your own thinking, if you are not able to control yourself, then your soul cannot do anything. But when your soul is teaching you and you are so stubborn, then the soul will pray to the deities, listen carefully, so the soul can return back to the deities. When the soul returns back to the deities, then your body would die. That a number of you who thought that it is a sudden death, and that is a time when the soul departed the body, then the body just died, the heart stopped beating. At that death, some people mention that it's in a sudden death, a person just with a healthy state and just died. That is how I explain for you, so you can understand about the spiritual world. However, each time when you learn to the high level, the high soul come to help your body. Through this question, I explain for you. How come when you learn to the high level, when you go home and suddenly you feel angry toward your spouse, your family members, you know why? Because your soul is higher one. When they see the wrong things, they control your body, so you feel anger, you feel discouraged. But whether you feel sad or anger or discouraged, but then gradually you can erase them through all of the mistakes of the others in society, or the people around you that cause you to feel discomfort, because the high soul that come to you. That's why with your true self, because since you are still rely on the ego, if your true self just like your soul, then everything, you don't feel anger, you don't feel grudges, you don't feel discouraged toward the people around you or society that may cause chaos to you. On that point, I want to elaborate for you. As we are using the ego, then how can the true self handle it? If you listen to my lecture, if in the case of your soul in the level 18, when you go back home, you see your husband, your wife, your children, that cause you to feel discomfort, and you listen to the lecture of Master Dang, then you recognize that is because your ego, then you use your recognizing it, you use your true self to control the ego, then you are able to clear. That is so difficult, but I show you the formula, I give you the answer, how you can do the calculation, so now when you go back home, you see the problem you can solve. That is how I tell you. I revealed that to you. In a previous level, I did not, but now I let you. Because of time, I want to train you, so I want to reveal to you first. With everything that I teach you today in this level, in this week, that is one of the subjects with my experience for my body. The experience for my soul, I want to share with you. As I learn through, I want to share with you, so that you are able to apply immediately. You can see the result, the benefit for you, not for Master Dang. You listen and remember this. It doesn't mean that I teach you and you can do it and then Master Dang can benefit. No, Master Dang doesn't need this. Master Dang needs you to help you to open your true self totally, so you are able to help other people. That will include your own family. That is how I explain for you. I want you to progress, evolve higher than me. All the masters, they are afraid, but Master Dang, I don't. I want you. You know, Master Dang, listen carefully. As I teach you in the treatment, about 9 years ago, I have one of the students in Vietnam, only a level 2, with the chakra open 60%. Listen carefully. In the case of a person with paralysis, both arms and feet, the patient had to be bedridden for 5 years. And this student treat only 5 minutes the first day, 5 minutes the second day, and the person can walk again. Master Dang can treat for 3 years and could not. and a person also paralyzed, also a level 2 student. After 2 days, the person is completely healed. Master Dan could not do it, and I treat for 3 years. I could not do it. I have another student, also a level 2. This is a foreigner, not a Vietnamese, and his sister with a tumor in the uterus, and with the doctor going through surgery with the medications. And since he's a dentist, after he learned he transfer energy 5 minutes to the uterus, and then she came and re-examined, and in the case of the cancer, it disappeared. So for me, I could not treat like that. I'm very glad I don't have the ability, and I tell you I don't have the ability. In the case of people who are paralyzed, I treat for 3 years, and I could not. But my student at level 2, he could treat. I feel glad, and I praise these people. So the student in UE, I give them all the freedom of choice. They want to learn from others or to give up. And when they return back, I help them to come back. It doesn't mean that they go against me and they abandon, and when they return back, I help them. So I hope I train you. You can be equal or better than me, then I'm glad. Why? So that you have the chance to help many more people. So try your best to learn. Who knows? In the future, there are many students who are better than me, and the better, then I'm glad, because you have more ability than me. Then you can contribute to help your family, your country, your religion. And you should thank the religious leaders, not Master Dang. My mission is to remind you, to help you to excel, so you can help your religion, your country, your people. That is my joy. After I teach you and I go, and the student who can excel, I feel glad. I don't condemn you for being better than me. The better you are, the glad I feel happier. As I mentioned to you, one person, a scientist, and a normal person in my country. So try your best to learn. Eventually you become just like me, or maybe better than me, because I will train 1 billion Master Dang in the world. To be 1 billion people just like Master Dang, so that together with Master Dang, and if you're better than Master Dang, then it is much better. So there's no problem. Try to learn so that you can achieve. And now you have the ability more than others. You don't have to say anything. Now the scientists on Earth, they use a 3-dimensional world. Now you are in level 16. You know how many dimensions are in space that you are using? You are using the combined frequency, the concept from the level 7 special. There are many dimensions inside our body. There are many organs. There are many systems, nervous system. All you need is with universal energy to transfer into the body, depending on the frequency that is it adapt to help billions of cells, billions of the nerve cells in the brain. And additionally, with all of the nervous system, there are hundreds of billions of them, hundreds of billions of the soul of the cell. We are able to solve, we are able to help. And this is real. In level 7, you are able to apply. Do not mention that you are in level 13 plus, you are able to control the soul of the cell. That is a higher level. You are able to achieve with everything that I have taught you. That means I allow you to practice to see the result right away. You don't have to wait for a long time for practicing. You learn and you apply, and you see the result immediately. So when you are higher than them, you don't have to explain. In Vietnam, there's a saying, so when the flower with the fragrance, everybody would smell and will recognize the flower. And the flower is not, then people would discard it. When a good flower with the fragrance, people would smell, they would know. Even if a bad flower, then even if you put any perfume, they will throw away. with the good flower, people would take good care. And if a fake flower, then even if you put perfume, they'll throw it away. So you don't have to. In my life, in teaching EV, I don't need advertisement. Through this, I share with you, as I learned from the deities 34 years ago. My master, the deities who taught me that in the future, as I'm poor, I don't have money for advertising. When the news media, whenever they criticize me, then at that time they advertise me. In fact, that is true. About 15 years ago, as I was teaching in America, one of the largest newspaper, each day with 1 million copies, they investigate me for 6 months. They said that I'm a Vietnamese from Asia who come to deceive people from 50 countries in the teaching of EV. You know what is the result? I called. I don't know English, so I asked a translator to call the newspaper and to thank them. The people, the editor and the investigator there say, how come I criticize you and you thank me? I said that because I don't have money for advertising, and you say that I deceive 50 countries in the world, including America, because of your newspaper who say that I deceive people with a copy, 1 million copy, 300,000 people who come to learn EV. For that, I do not even advertise. I don't have money for advertising because of you. So that's why I have suddenly 300,000 more students all over the world. That's how I thank you because of your advertising. This is the God who revealed to me ahead, who taught me in 1972 until 1992 when this newspaper criticized me. I have more students. From then on, that newspaper mentioned about Master Dang and never talk about Master, always respect me as Master Dang. That is in America. Others, they are the same way. Each time when they criticize me, each time when they try to condemn me, then I have more students. My point is to answer to your question. If you have the ability, you don't have to. I do not need to advertise whatever they claim. Sometimes when they criticize me, sometimes they praise me. This happens in many countries. That is their own business in the human world. That is because of the ego. If you use the ego and you try to fight with them, a struggle, then the ego with the ego, that's why you never end. But with the true self, when you touch the ego, then you remain silent. That is golden. That is all. That is so simple. As you ask on this subject, I just give you my subject to explain to you in a simple way that you're able to achieve better. That's why I advise for you, if you have the ability, you don't need to ask people, or they need you, you don't need them. The two is different. Therefore, when people ask you with the condition, when you have the time that you can help, if you don't have the free time, you don't need to help them. That is a fact. Do not say that when you learn EV, that you have to save people, that you have to learn to help people, you have to take care of your family first. When you are free, then you can help. Otherwise, you just stay home and watch TV. That's all. That is a practical. I do not teach you to learn higher, than you say that Master teach you to have compassion, to help people. No, when you are free, because you learn to help your family, to help the people who are related to you, and they ask you, sometimes they invite you to test you, sometimes you treat them and then they turn around and curse you. You can help people and they turn around and curse you, so you have to be patient. You have to use the true self to deal with this ego. When they curse at you and you curse them as them, and then after you treat them and then you hit them and then you suddenly be in jail. That is a real situation. That's how I share with you. If you have the ability, you don't need to advertise. But when you talk to the scientists or the people who are better than you or equal to you, they will know your ability. Sometimes they don't even know your ability. How come you are so high? They respect you and they ask you. When they ask you, it is so different. When you ask them, it is different. When they ask you for favors, meaning you have the ability. When you ask them, meaning you don't have the ability. the experience in the human world. I want to share with you. It's so important for you, so you're able to learn and progress. You want to refine yourself. It is so easy. If you wish, when your thought, you have chaos due to tradition, culture, family, society that cause you to have a problem in your mind, try to practice 5 minutes to travel out to space. That is how you can clear all of this. There's another way. If you are so lazy to practice, perhaps this I do not teach you, but since you are so lazy, when you are so lazy, you don't want to practice, then in level 18, after you learn level 18, then I show you the formula that my soul can merge with you. Then you have your body. But you don't have to pray for my soul to merge with you in every aspect, because you need to practice so that you can excel, because every time you keep on asking my soul, then you need to try to learn to develop your true self, to deal with it, so that you are able to improve yourself. You don't need my soul to constantly helping you. It doesn't mean that I teach you, I tell you every time you have to call Master Dang to help you. Eventually, the student at level 19, even when they're sick, they call on me to help me. Every day they call on me, they're level 19, they're sick, and then they have to ask me to. When they call, then they have to help them. There are many of them in 5 continents, not just in any one country. When they are really severely sick, they call on me and I help. That is how I want to share with you about the subject as you ask, whether you should or you should not. I explained for you from this experience, so as the means for you, you are able to learn and progress. Now with your ego, you need to remember, in the past I'm a master. I already know that I'm a master. I don't need to introduce, but I never introduce. I just look at myself. I always sitting on the floor, but my mind, I think that I'm sitting on the floor, but people respect me, thinking I sit on a chair. You don't need to advertise. Just like right now, you are in your country, you are the king, the queen. You don't need to advertise yourself, because people know who you are. You have the ability, that you don't need to. You don't need to introduce yourself. As you don't need to introduce yourself, then you don't have your ego. When you mention that you are this, you are that, then my God, you say that you are this and you are that. Then in a way, then you show your ego. Then you have to practice 5 minutes to control it. And you said that you have the ability. Master Dang had taught you, and Master Dang taught you to merge with 1% or 3%, and you can do this when it's needed. You have the ability. You can help them. You don't have to say that Master Dang teach you this, and you have this ability to do this, you have the ability to do that. You don't have to advertise yourself. Whatever they say, whatever they need, within your ability, you just help. You don't help beyond your ability. To try to do it beyond their ability, then you would fail. Now the soul doesn't eat or wear, so that's why the soul doesn't have any anger or joy. The soul of Master Dang doesn't feel anger or happy or discouraged. But you need to practice. The body would feel it, but try to keep it only in 5 minutes. It took me 30 years to control, to keep it only 5 minutes. Everything that took me 30 years for me to achieve, I want to summarize for you, so you know how to control your emotion only in 5 minutes. How come? When you're so angry, it's supposedly take you several weeks or several months. In 5 minutes, you practice, clear away all of your emotional, and after 5 minutes, it's clear. It is so difficult to clear. I myself, I hold my grudges for 30 years. My God, I hold my grudges for 30 years. In the past, I was not able to learn like you and sit to meditate. I hold my grudges for 30 years, but now, with my 30-year grudges, I learn. So that with that I'll be able to teach you in 5 minutes. You can clear all your anger and grudges. The moment you have all these emotions, when it happens again, 5 minutes, you practice with the energy transfer to you, then you're able to clear. It is so fast. You can achieve it. Eventually, when you come to level 16 and you go to level 17, level 18, I don't hide anything. I'll teach you everything. So now, You can practice meditate with me, so I can merge with you, so that tonight you have a chance to learn. And after you meditate with me, as I merge with you, then we can take a 1 hour break. So now get ready. So I guess when you're all ready, we can start with the meditation.
Yeah, please put in the general chat if you're ready, so I can advise the master.
Hello, Donis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Donis?
Germany
Okay,
ready?
with the master, will he again explain what to do? Shall the students close their eyes?
Yes, yes.
Receive.
You
And then receive the light of God's own.
explain
And
the
then
technique again.
breathe. Okay.
So now, Ralph, I will merge with the other students. You just sit and just receive the energy. And later on, before the end of the day, we'll meditate one more time, and I'll show you the technique and how you can practice. So now I want to transfer energy to merge with you. This is a special time. Now we do it 2 times, only today. And then tomorrow only on the last part of the day. Now today, the first time I merge with you, and the second time you merge, you practice with me to travel out to space. So now you don't have to do anything. You just receive the energy from me. So I merge with your soul. So now we're all ready.
Spain, are you ready?
So basically, we just relax and receive the energy from the master for this time.
Belarus ready? Okay, I think everybody's there. Turkey is ready. Okay. Okay, get ready.
So now begin. Now it is finished. Now we'll take a 1 hour break, and then we can resume later. So. As I merge with you, so later on, I don't have to repeat again. So later on, officially, you will practice to help your body to transform into energy to travel to space, whether you are successful or not. In summary, this morning I taught you the technique to practice. You close your eyes. When you sit and you totally lose all sensation of your body, and through my experience, sometimes you may lose the sensation of your arms, your feet, or your whole body, or you sit and then you totally lose your sensation, whether it is for 5 or 10 minutes. But a number of you are still afraid. Sometimes your body, as you experience so fast, you lose sensation so fast that you may be afraid. So one more time, I remind you, when you are practicing, when you have fear, then you can call my soul to help your body and your soul to practice, so your body and your soul can transform into energy to travel to space in the case when you have fear. If you don't have any fear or doubt, you continue to practice to receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to anywhere, any person, including all the organs inside your body. Regardless of any organs inside your body, you can transfer energy when you practice. Even though you can practice with me for 5, 10 or 15 minutes, we don't know how long we can practice, but depending on your practice together with me, when I open my eyes and I tell you it's finished, then that is how we can practice every day at the end of the class. Then you and me together, we practice so we can transform our body into energy to travel to space. One more time, I want to remind you, even though you complete the level 18, however, as you are learning all 3 levels together, so I decide after the end of the level 18, you need to practice the technique of level 16, 17 for 1 week. Then after 1 week, you can apply the technique of level 18. So at the level 18, you would be able to merge to have 1 person. The practice and the technique of level 18, I will explain further for you on the day when you learn level 18. So today and tomorrow, we continue to learn the technique of level 16, and then on the following days, then you would learn the level 17. With everything that I have taught you in the past 3 hours, I hope you understand, you're able to grasp. So when you go back home, or tonight, when you go back to your hotel, you can try your best. Before you go to sleep, you can practice 1 time or several times if you wish. However, more or less, you need to try to practice at least 1 time to know whether you are lying down or you are sitting to practice. With these 2 positions, when you practice, hopefully, more or less, you are able to be successful to help your body to transform into energy. So in the future, you will have more opportunities to learn, to apply. You are not just helping yourself, but you're helping other people. And eventually, a step at a time, you go on from level 16, 17, 18. Each time when you go on to a level, there is a change, a higher change in your soul. Together with your practice, when you are successful, to help your body to transform into energy, and through your practice, when you transfer energy here or there, that is a way that you awaken your true self, so that you can have the truth inside of you, to have the true love inside of you. In that sense, you can completely help people. If you don't have enough, then you may still help people, but it is still limited in many ways. I want you, with your practice, you are able to achieve higher goal, so that with your contribution, you are able to help people in an infinite sense. In that way, you are not just helping people who are passed away, meaning your ancestors, but you can also helping your present family at the present time, and also in the future, your children and grandchildren can benefit from this. That is the reason I want to train you, So you can become a good person, a person with capacity, real capacity, so you are able to meet the demands to help people. The books in the human world, including in the EV family, regardless of any school, as we go in, especially the spiritual school, when you go in, always they talk about love, compassion. That is the purpose. That in religion, they give that as a means for people to learn. But in reality, there are many religions in the world. As they mentioned that you can learn and progress yourself, you don't need anyone. But in fact, it is not true. To mention that you will learn and evolve by yourself without the need of anyone, but each time when you have problem, but how come you go into the temple or the church to pray to Buddha or Christ or the high being? So you can see how they are contradicting themselves. In that sense, the humans, we are not able to fully develop on our spiritual evolution. In theory, they talk about the temporal issue. Only Buddha can achieve, and there's no other who can do it. Based on the Buddhist teaching, mentioned about the temporal issues, but since we are not able to achieve it, how can we teach to help others to do it? That is one of the problems in the human world. We are unable to develop on a spiritual path. That is how I want to share with you on that issue. So you are able to learn and progress. I remind you and teach you so you can find the truth in yourself, not in others. And with this truth, once you have, then you are able to help other people. Then you are able to apply true love. And with all the love we give to other people, whether they are close or far away from you. That is how I want to share with you, so you can understand from this perspective to meet the demands as you are learning and you are applying. And you can continue to ask questions so I can clarify for you so you can learn and progress. So now, in Portugal, you can ask questions. So in Portugal, you can have 2 questions.
This is Portugal. Good morning. Dear Master, before starting the questions, we would like to greet you, Dr. Teresa, Donas and Vu, and all the countries present here today. We would like to thank Master for the opportunity to participate in this video conference, and we are very happy for the chance given to the students who couldn't have made it earlier. So these are the questions from the first student. Dear Master, I'd like to know what is the purpose of children being born with handicaps and malformations? Is it a nature error, or is there a divine plan in this suffering? The other question from the student is, how can we differentiate self-esteem from ego? Now the questions from the second student. In some cases, instead of pity, should we practice compassion in order to achieve universal love? The other question. When we die, will our soul be shared with other bodies? That's all. Thank you, Master.
Now through your question as you ask, let me answer for you the experience so you can learn and progress. Now as you think the child is born handicapped, first you can think that now from a medical perspective is in one way or another, but in reality, as I understand, it is not from God. And it is not from the medical or physical sense. From the time when the woman is pregnant, due to the influence from universal energy, that may influence the whole body of the mother. On this fact, not many scientists or medical doctors can understand this. They usually blame either the parents or the karma or medicine. There are so many million people who use medication, use chemicals when they are pregnant. But how come we have the problem and they do not? So think about it. It's not that this is the only one that uses the medication. So on that issue, nobody pay attention. I just want to elaborate. This is the first time I answered this question for you, as the student who want to know, in the case of the children who are handicapped due to the mental stress, as you receive the negative energy, not to mention when you are living in an area with all the negative energy frequency. My point here is all the wandering soul that they cause problems to the infant, the fetus, and also the mind of the mother. So that's why the children is born handicapped. This is the first time in level 16 I give you this answer. In the past, I did not reveal this answer. Each time when I answer, even though you have a similar question, but the question today, my answer today, it also mark the progress of UE school. In the case of the fetus, due to the influence of the energy that may influence the cell, each cell inside the body. So now, as we know how, meaning our body, we can transform into energy, we know how to use universal energy, we can nurture, so it will help this case of the handicapped child. So slowly, they are able to recover. This is the point that I wish like 10 years ago. And 10 years later, I would teach you the level 16 and higher, so you have a chance to contribute in the difficult case to help the case of children who are handicapped. Like in my country, a child is born handicapped for 12 years, bedridden, could not do anything. After 12 years, my students in the level 15, that is the class of the brain of primordial man, who returned back to the homeland to visit the family. In 2 weeks of treatment, then the child was able to walk. So in that sense, as we know how to use properly universal energy, we are able to help, to merge, to help the patient. Due to the influence of universal energy that caused these children to be handicapped. This is my wish. However, from the scientific perspective, in my country, due to the war, as the American came during the war, they used a lot of chemicals during the war. Remember, it's not only in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and other countries in the world, they are also influenced when the Americans use chemicals warfare. How come in one region, in my whole country, that the American had used a lot of chemical, and how come this area is damaged and the other is not? For the whole province, but the one town are affected. So today, for the first time, I just want to prove to you, in the case of handicap, I do not condemn the scientists or medical people. If you are a scientist, you understand about the frequency of the energy. Beside the positive energy, there are also the negative energy. In the case of the wandering soul, that there are many of the wandering soul that may influence the health and also the region where we are. The scientists do not research properly on this issue. So today, in front of me, there are a number of you the auditors who are the scientists. You are sitting in front of me, I know. This is one of the questions and also the answer that is very valuable for you, so you have a chance to research further. Therefore, in the future, I myself, I will help all the countries in the world with the centers. So each of you have the big antenna, so that from a scientific perspective, you are able to neutralize all of the negative energy from outer space, meaning the lightning or thunderstorm, in the case of the high voltage power that may cause problem to your economy in the country. That is from a scientific perspective. So instead of using the lightning rod, you are able to use the antenna model so that all the energy will converge into the antenna model and it is neutralized. In that way, we can help to solve the problem on Earth. From a spiritual perspective, the First and Second World War, there are hundreds of millions of people who died. Who helped them to solve? Because they died in vain, in anger. They died in suffering. Who can help them to reincarnate? Who can help them to evolve? So that antenna will help all of these souls. And once these souls are reincarnated, they are no longer on this earth. They are no longer in your region. Then your region will become a cleaner environment. Then they don't have any influence to you. There are many countries in Southeast Asia and other countries, they capture all of these souls in order to have to cleanse the air, but they capture them. These are many of these sorcerers who had the ability, but we are not these sorcerers. In similar situation, for the soul who are not able to reincarnate, you are able to help them, to liberate them. Then everywhere you establish peace. That is the invisible that are causing problem into the visible world. So I explain for you from both perspectives so you can understand why these children who are born handicapped. Do not blame in science or medicine, do not blame on God. But as we know, the effect of universal energy through the nervous system, through the cells, and also the soul of the cells inside the body. These children who are handicapped, as you know, from the level 16 today, with my answer, it is very valuable for many of you, and many of you who are auditors, who had learned the level 16, 17, 18, 19. For the first time, I answer for you in this level 16 about the question. Very simple, but it is sufficient for you to research that at level 19. I did not review this answer. I did not have a chance to answer similar to this question. Now, with your self-esteem and then your ego is different, because with your self-esteem, if you are spiritual, with your self-esteem, if you don't have that spiritual, then your ego will override. More or less, you would not be able to succeed, and you will be limited, because when you are boasting with your self-esteem because of your ego, then eventually you would fail because of your ego. So I just give you that ahead of time so you know. For that reason, as we are ordinary people, we have the ability. We do not think that it is our body who can have this ability, but you think that it is the deities who give this ability to your body and your soul, so you can contribute to help the communities. In that way, you may last. In that sense, you can have the infinite ability. You don't need to advertise. You don't need to boast. If you have the ability, we are an unknown soldier. In silence, you help people because we are the instrument of God. You are working for God. Then God will reward you. You don't need the human world to recognize you. The human world cannot really reward you. We are better than them. Then for sure they don't like, whether they are your relatives or family or close friends, when you are better than them, they don't like you, because they only like the illusion, the fake. That for that reason they dislike you. That is how I want to share with you, so you can understand. Now you can see in a case to express pity. In a Buddhist scripture, it is very strange. It mentioned that to save a person equal to building 5 or 7 temples. It's so simple to say. And then the Asian people in Vietnam, they say that they have the money to give the money to build a temple. So when they're building 5 or 7 temples, but then when you are poor, that is how, I don't know how it is written in the scripture, but to me, it's not like that. To save a person here, meaning you have the ability to help one soul to evolve higher, then the deed would be equal to building the 5 or 7 temples. But if you give the money to build a temple, then only the rich people can have the blessing, and when you are poor, then you don't have any blessing. So personally, the deities will take bribe from you when you are rich. So my teaching is very practical. Is it right? The important part is you are able to help your soul, to help all of the other soul to evolve, then you can last. Then you have the blessing that God had given. In my life, as I'm on this earth, for the time I did not learn, until the time when I learned on the spiritual path, I received one message from the deities. Do you have the ability to help your soul? Do you have the ability to help the soul, others to evolve? If you have, then you can succeed. And everywhere, and everything on earth, it is all temporal. That is the teaching of Buddha. In nothingness, then you have everything. This is nothing, but it contains everything. Because a soul who is to evolve, it is so difficult. Including the master in Egypt. I mentioned about Egypt. From 10 to 50,000 years, they are not going anywhere. But for us, it may take a longer time. For that reason, the wandering soul are captured by many of these witchcraft doctors. And these sorcerers demand for them to do this, to do that. It's not so simple. Through my journey of teaching from level 3 with the chakra open 100%, you are learning to help countless number of souls to return to the light. When you complete the level 7, you are helping countless number of souls to return to the light, to evolve. And you have the infinite blessing that God had given to us, to you. It's not that you do this, and then I take the merits, because I don't need, because I have abundance. I don't need to take any merit from you. So from a physical perspective, they have a lot of struggle and jealousy. But when we are the instrument of God, God gave you the ability so you are able to contribute to help your body with health, to help your soul to evolve. That is the teaching of UE as God had given to us. And it is us who have the wandering soul. That is God who gave to us, for sure. Well, on our own, we cannot do anything. These sorcerers, they have the ability. Sometimes they have a wandering soul. Sometimes they can, or sometimes they cannot succeed. It's not that all of them can do it. Are you the sorcerers? Are you practicing black magic? But how come all you need is only 5 minutes, 3 minutes, you are able to help the wandering soul? How come in the higher level you just walk by, all these souls follow your energy from the deities who give to you, and this soul, they feel so peaceful, they return back to the deities. How come? Remember, it is from the deities who give to you to do it. It does belong to you. You don't have this ability. This task, supposedly you build 5 or 7 temples with your merits, the blessing God had given to you, to really give to you, to solve for you, to solve the problem in your family. That is because you have the sincere mind and heart to contribute to help other people to evolve. My purpose on this earth is to help all these people with the condition to open your mind so that you can recover your true self and to help the wandering soul to return to the light. This task is eternal. You can apply in this life and many lifetimes in the future. It's not that after this life and it's done. That is how I explain for you clearly. Now, after your death, your soul, you try your best to learn. You have a chance to merge to anyone. In level 18, you cannot. Level 19, you cannot. But level 20, you will. As I train you, so you have and you continue to have this ability. For that reason, I advise for you to learn and practice. To practice, you travel out of space in level 16, 17. To practice, to learn to merge with the living, and to merge among the living and the dead. In level 19, to merge all over the world, so that you are able to prepare when your body is no longer used. You are able to prepare for the next journey, just like you are preparing your burial ground. Remember, this time after your death, when you are feeling sick and discomfort, when you feel very weaker, then you tell your great-grandchildren or grandchildren and tell somebody who is strong to merge with them. Or if you merge to someone that every day he's always causing problems, then when you merge to that person, then you're not able to do anything. So whether they are your family members or outsiders, you can merge, but you need to know your family members so you can recognize them, whether that person has on the spiritual path or not, helping people or not. Then when you die, you are able to merge to help that people. You have the ability to help the soul to evolve, and you are still alive, and you are able to merge, and your soul is sitting right here, so that you can merge to help them. And you still remember, when you were in level 3 with the chakra open 100%, in the case of possession, another soul possess your body, and the original soul is being captured. So only at level 3 you can open with the chakra open 100%. How come you can place your hand on chakra 5, chakra 7? With the 3 breaths, you are able to help to liberate the soul. And the soul who are capturing this original body, you are able to help them, to free them. You have and you continue to have this ability. After my 18 years of teaching, I have trained you from that moment until now today. After 18 years of teaching, from the level 3 until now, the level 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, through the past 18 years of teaching, my purpose is to train you to excel in that sense. From the soul who travel to and from merging with the living and merging with the dead, in all of these issues, you remember that your soul can merge with Mr. A, B, or C, so you can continue on your journey to contribute to help your family, your country now and in the future, hopefully. As you are mentioning that, for example, at the time of your death, you can give this and do that. But at the moment of death, you remember somebody else. You mentioned that now you have to calculate Mr. A, Mr. B, or Mr. C. You think that at the moment of death you can merge with. But 5 minutes before your death, and you're watching on television, suddenly you see a Frenchman, and then he's handsome, and then you pay attention to him, and at the moment of death, you to that Frenchman instead of your family member when you are thinking. Just like in Buddhist scripture, they mention that you have to pray to Buddha at the moment of death. And at the moment of death, you have to pray to Buddha to take your soul, or Jesus Christ, pray to Jesus so that Jesus can come and take you back. But the Catholic and the Buddhists have taught you carefully at the moment you have to pray to Jesus or to Buddha if you wish to return to Nirvana. But then at the moment of death, you think of your son, and you tell them that you're burying the treasure, and at that moment you forgot about Jesus or forgot about Christ before your fourth son, and before you give your last will, but then you take your last breath and you die. At the moment of death, you could not even tell your son about the gold you hide, but you died. and then because you are burrowing underneath your bed, and then you keep on thinking of your goal and your son, and you don't even think of Buddha or Christ, so you can return, but you return to the sorcerer and they capture your soul. But for us it is different, because at the moment of our death we are very clear-minded, so that we can continue on with our journey. We can choose a body, so we can continue on our journey to help our people and our religion. As I have learned through, I know, as we can merge with the living, so we can merge to the dead. So I train you from this level to the up level 20. As you ask, I answer for you. As I learn through all lessons, I let you experiment already. The part when we die, we can merge, and our soul will know everything in a not ordinary sense. They mentioned about this indigo child, but they are not the children, but some of these people who are young at their 20s, 30 or 40, if they are very healthy, if they are capable, then they will be just like the indigo child. But these are the adults who have the ability, because your soul, you have learned everything already, and you can merge into that body so that you can continue on. For that reason, in level 18, I let you experiment, and you have seen the result that your soul can merge to help a sick person, to recover. But in level 18, I'll explain to you more on this. Otherwise, now you would be so anxious to learn. So now you have to concentrate to learn level 16, and then you go to level 17, and then I can teach you level 18. Now, next country.
Spain.
Can I make the question now? Yes, Jonas, can I make the question now?
Can you talk in the microphone? You're talking next to the microphone.
Yeah, can I, is it good now?
Perfect.
Good, thank you. The first question for the Master is, Master, how can I find the truest love in the smallest being? Either a person or not? That's the first question. And the second question for the different person is, Master, I'm studying about the quantum theory, and in my opinion, I think that this theory can be the reason why, that explains our spirituality and our energy. Master, I would like to know your opinion about this issue. Also, this person would like to know, where is our mind, and where is our consciousness, and our memory, and our dreams? Where are they? Are they inside ourselves, or are they outside in the universe? Can our thoughts travel and influence our actions? And can our intentions influence the universe? Are all the human beings connected among themselves? Thank you, Master. There is another question. It's the same person, but there is another question. Why has the Spirit of God created us? Thank you, Master.
Now let me explain for you all the souls of the nerve in all of the living creatures in general. Each of the level of the soul, they all have love. The love in the wisdom, the love in enlightenment, or the love in the darkness. If any animals or any living form, they can combine together and they can form. Any country, yeah. For example, like plants, they all merge together and they can multiply. I don't want to talk about all of the lower life form living creatures. They also know how to express love depending on each level. from my understanding, like 50 years ago, but I still remember when I was still young. It was 50 years ago. One of the animals very special, the horse. The horse from the east to and they brought to the west. The mother gave birth to the one of the horse, and then brought to the west, and then from the west bringing back to the east. And then the male, the horse male, when in the same bloodline, and when they are meeting together, they would die. And other animals, the male and the female, they multiply. So I explained for you. The reason is that soul is still very small. Secondly, they do not have the ability to receive enough energy to improve their knowledge. Just like the snake. How come each time when they are old, they can still peel the skin and continue to live? There are many other animals, I want to give you an example, without any accident they would not die. Because they can peel the skin and live, regardless of how long, number of years and months. But when they give birth to, and then the snake would kill all of their, these are the real incidents that I have seen in my country. As they receive enough energy in order to live within their understanding of the soul, it is still very small. Therefore, according to the legend from the East, especially from the Buddhists from the East, they mention that in life, when you do so evil, next life you become a cow. So how can your soul, the soul of the human is so big, how can you enter the body of a cow? It's so small. But these are only the way to discipline people, to tell people to do good and stay away from the evil deeds. That is how they discipline in the human world. I just want to prove to you and explain to you about the concept of the soul. In terms of the soul, they have their knowledge. But in human, with our intelligence, we have the intelligence, but we are not able to peel our skin to live. We can travel out of space, but we can only live for 80 years, no more or less. At most, maybe we live for 100 years and we still die. So, with everything that we receive, if in the future we know how to use the energy, we're able to live longer beyond time and space. That is a lesson I prepared for you in level 16 in the recent years. In the future, as your body can transform into energy, all the soul, the nerve, as all the soul can learn, as they're used to the flow of energy, then our heavy body, we don't need the food, we only need the energy to help the body. Then we can live beyond time and space. We don't know how long we can live. Now, as I said, nobody would believe. That is the fact. If you don't believe, I remind you about 3 centuries ago, a scientist, Galileo, mentioned that the earth is round, and he was condemned. And then 3 centuries later, then they would apologize. But he died 3 centuries later, they apologized. Then all over the world they know. So now you are using the cell phone. 15 years ago or 10 years ago, you mentioned about the cell phone, they will say that you are crazy. 10 years ago, the cell phone is so heavy, but 10 years later, it is so small and so light. Nobody would research properly on this. It is not that I prove with the science advancement to mention, because this is not mine, this belongs to God, who gave to us as we learn a new lesson to have the new people, this new people, that is the true self. Then even if you don't want to have wisdom enlightenment, you will. Why? So that you can help mankind. This is something I teach you so you can practice. In theory, there are billions of books. For the past 20 centuries, there are so many books all over the world. So you have millions and billions of books that you learn how much you can achieve. You can, because you only use 6% of the brain. As you learn in UE, you learn from level 1 to level 3. How many months? In the past, at most, say 18 days. So now, you only learn in 3 days. With the case of cold headaches, you can heal yourself. In the case of wandering soul, you can help. If these structures might take them 30, 40 years, you only learn in 3 days. 2% combined of 70 years, but you yourself, with your low level of education, all you need is 3 days. You're able to solve in 2 situations. It never exists in the human history. Never. If there is, it is God who gave to us. Remember that God who gave to us, not Master Dang who gave to you. That is on the second part of your question. Now on the third part. Now you mentioned that you learn about the quantum theory. As I mentioned to you, in the case of children who are handicapped, it would be similar. If you know how to use universal energy, then you will be complete. Your body, you can nurture your body without any sickness. But how can you apply it? That is a fourth dimension or above. Because you mentioned about the theory of quantum physics, then I talk about the fourth or fifth dimension. You only experiment, but the result is so difficult. I'm poor, I don't have any research center. As I teach you to apply, whether it is the quantum physics or any form of science from outer space, you can still apply using, depending on the level that you learn. In high level, you apply more, you can use more, so that you're able to solve all of the problems, not just for our body, but for the whole scientific community on Earth. In the case of technology on Earth and physics in the three-dimensional world, I don't want to train you to become a physicist. I don't train you to become a scientist, but I have the ability to train you, to elaborate for you, so you are able to be better than the psychiatrists or these people. As I elaborate and help you so you are better than others. This I can train you. I have been and continue to train you. I have achieved it in the past 18 years until now. About 12 years ago, when I still traveled to Europe, there's a space scientist who asked to talk to me for 45 minutes. And I asked him, why do you need to see for 45 minutes? So he, or drawing from A to Z. And he wanted to present to me in 45 minutes. I said, no. I will only say one word, from A to Z, as you are researching about the atomic and the structure of space. He analyzed all of the element, atomic structure, and as I was only teaching only level 5 or 5.1, as you are using universal energy, you transfer energy from point A to point Z very fast, and at the speed of light without any interference. So you go back and you research. I don't need to. So he said that supposedly he talked to me for 45 minutes, So I presented only 10 minutes, and it is sufficient. As you know, I'm not a scientist. But if you need to make a presentation about science, and I'm willing to contribute to help you, even though I'm not a scientist, but I can contribute. I contribute to anything that you are stuck so that it is clear for you so you can apply. For the past 18 years of my teaching, that is my purpose. I don't have anything, but I can help you to update for you so that you are able to achieve your goal. I have been and continue to have. It doesn't mean that only happened now, but 15 years ago I already have. As you ask, now it is you yourself you learn. You can really apply. You can really travel outer space. Do not think that you are in a dream state. That is not. The practice is different than sleeping, because when you travel outer space, your body can lose all sensation. In the past, a strong noise may wake you up, but when you travel outer space, your body travels outer space, the strong, loud noises will wake you up. When you are regaining your sensation, then you can come back to normal. This is something I can train you. Eventually, you will know how to use universal energy. It will influence all Earth. That will include your own body. And eventually, with all of the computer or electricity, if you know how to use, then everything change. As now you can just imagine. You talk about the theory of quantum physics. I'll give you one of the example for you. This is very important. The antenna model, when you are learning in level 7 special, even though it is made of plastic, but how come my students who transfer energy and who can transform the antenna model, the color, that is one of the fact that as I make of clear plastic, and when transfer energy, all three sides have changed the color. That only happened in Vietnam. So now, as I give you example right here, more or less, many of you have seen the antenna model. If over here I'm teaching, I have the ability, I can transfer energy to here to light up. It's so easy, not so difficult. But how come with the 200 antenna model, just like this, they press on the table in Thailand, I sit in Europe to teach through video conference like this, I only transfer energy. And 200 antenna in Thailand, they all light up. From the principle of quantum physics, then how can you explain in the case of the plastic with a copper rod, and you transfer energy from far away? How can you have 200 antenna to light up? It never happened, but it already exists. And with the small pyramid, as I have taught since the first level 1 in 1996, they have only one pyramid. All over the world, only in Thailand, one student with the small pyramid, she used the pyramid to practice, then the pyramid totally changed the color. That's only one. From the theory of quantum physics, then how do you explain what's right, what's wrong? Sometimes it is so hard to believe that it already happened. So in summary, several times I teach you to use universal energy so you are able to solve all over the world, not just for our own soul or our body, as our soul has been come from there. So that's why I can teach you, you are able to apply to contribute to help this earth with deadlock in the 20th and 21st century. If your soul is not capable, then no matter how I teach, you would not understand, no matter how I try to explain. Therefore, as I learn from the deities who reveal to me, only they know themselves. Beyond them, nobody would know themselves. My point here is that your soul you already have, you already know from outer space. In that sense, then your soul can merge with your physical body. Therefore, with my explanation, I teach you all the technique you can apply, we see result immediately. I tell you, if you're not that soul, then another soul not sufficiently trained who come in, they would not know anything. As a deity who taught me very clear, but now I can sense it. If our soul do not live on that street, and then if you're not there, you would not know. For example, you say about Holland. In Holland, there are many cities. Or one of the town in Holland, Amsterdam. As I come there, then I would know what stores are there. But if you ask me in Belarus, what do we have? I only see on the map. That's all. The map do not say that you can go there, but it is only by the description. Only when I go to Belarus, I go to that exact restaurant, then I would know it myself. That is the practical one. If your soul, you do not travel out to space, then by now I teach you, you would not be able to travel to space and you would not know anything. That is the practical one. But science, they only based on this dimension, that dimension about the spiritual realm. But as your soul you learn, and Master Dang remind you, you know the information already. This is a lesson I learned in 34 years. So now I remind you, only they know themselves. Beyond them, nobody would know. Who would know that they are the master? On this, and in many of the class in the previous time, I also give a similar answer. As you already know it, then I just briefly give you the answer that you know. For example, people who are only in level 11, 12, and 13, I tell them to practice to travel to space. How can they do it? Because even if they attempt, they will lose all the energy. One of the incidents I want to share with you, I have a student in Vietnam who just completed level 19 in Thailand. When they go back, I mentioned that level 19 each day you can merge to have 3 severe sickness. And another person, that would be the internet model. So you either you to merge with the 2% and the internet model. You know about my student, each time when they practice, they pray to my soul to merge. And each time when they try to merge to 10% a day, and in 3 days, you know what happened? He said that he's about to die, and he cried and asked me to forgive them. They don't listen to me, and they practice incorrectly. I said, how come? I said that each time when they practice to merge to 10%, and each day, and they practice to merge 3 times in a day in helping 30 people. So that's why he almost lost all the energy and almost died. When they call me, luckily, when they call me, I said that there's no problem. And 30 seconds later, they can recover their health, and they can continue on to help to merge 3% a day. As I'm not there, I'm far away. All I need is 30 seconds to help you to recover. From a medical perspective, so they would classify this, and they bring the child into a mental hospital to test. And when they lose all the energy, how do they know? When they diagnose, they don't see any problem. That is how I explain for you in both aspects. However, as you ask, and that is something we are using to solve the problem with the handicaps, to save all the living creatures. We're able to help to solve the problem in science technology. As you are learning in UE, you learn only one, but you can contribute to help in many aspects. It is not just you're helping with hard labor. About 15 years ago, my student asked to learn UE only for treatment. I said no, learn UE, there are 1,000 subjects. Treatment is only one subject, and you are still missing 999 lessons. So with 999 lessons, that would finish in level 20, you would know everything. It doesn't mean that you don't, it is not that I'm trying to advertise for you, but I tell you the truth. Now, people who ask to go to Australia, I denied. They can go anywhere else, but Australia. This class, if they cannot learn, I said that the next class. Whenever I teach, they can learn, otherwise you have to wait. I do not advertise. In the class, I do not advertise. So the centers who will register, depending on the luck, you can learn either ahead or later. Otherwise, you wait until the next session. So that is how I share with you about the theory of quantum physics, as you asked. I mentioned that you sufficiently research on this the subject of physics. I just share with you in many other aspects. If we just mention about science or physics, just sufficient for you so you can recognize it. So when you have a chance, you can learn further to contribute to help in your own field of expertise to help the communities around the world. Now, about the mind and the dreams, everybody think that in the morning you see this or see that, or you meet this or that, at night you have the dream. It's not so. As you are receiving universal energy into your brain, and it is your brain that transmits so that you can see it in a dream state. You think that is real. So when you are learning with universal energy, as you are learning from a scientific perspective, as I mentioned that universal energy can help your body. So you know this and that, but then who can reveal to you? It is your soul who receives, and it helps your body so that you are able to learn and progress. The fake one you learn so that you can discover the truth. It doesn't mean that you see from the dream state, you see this and see that. I know it is false. It's just like in their mentality, they think they can see whatever they think, it is projected. And one of the error of the human, they always want to be better than others. That is one of the sickness in the human race. We learn less, but we want to say more. But when they ask, then you really don't know anything. But it is your nature. It is also a means, if you understand this, that is a means as we learn from the fake to find the truth. Through my answers, I want to share with you on this one point that 34 years of learning, the deities had revealed to me that to spend the time and effort to learn. I thought that we spend the time and effort to learn to succeed, and at the beginning they reveal that I learned failure, but deep in my mind I think that I feel discouraged to learn failure, but then the deities mention that we learn the failure in the human world so that we are able to succeed in the spiritual world. So you rather learn to fail so that you are able to achieve bigger. For that reason, I continue on until now, almost 35 years of learning. And now you mentioned about the thought. And now as you learn about the theory of quantum physics, now you can apply. Because more or less you are the scientist, as you are asking, the scientists around the world, in England, in America, in Russia, I want to mention about these three. To use universal energy to solve to transmit into the earth, into the humans to research, it's so difficult. But I can teach you. And we have been, and we see the result. Universal energy can solve all over the world, not just to have the human species alone. How come we learn at level 5.1? As I had mentioned to you recently, the scientists who research and they are being blocked by energy. But are you the scientist? You're sitting right here, and you are thinking of thousands of miles away, and suddenly in a split of a second you are there. Let's say a person is about to die. When you are there, you transfer energy to help the person regain consciousness. That is how you can really know how to use totally the universal energy. But now you mentioned about to change the mentality of the humans. As our mind, if we know how to use with creation, then as your soul is capable, then anything that you think, you have it. That was about 19 years ago. I had written a document about this ultra cell. You think of it, and when you focus your thought, and all of the energy concentrate into that one area, come there. So that, but what is the purpose to come there? If you can help people to heal from the sickness, it's so easy. But if you have the money, that will be difficult. The purpose that you're using universal energy, the point is to have the body to, for the sake of the community, not for the sake of your own self-interest. But I know a number of you, the higher levels, you are abusing the ability just to keep it for themselves. That's why they totally fail. In a common, then you are able to, but if for self-interest, you may not be able to. As I teach you to merge for that reason, to be able to help the body and the soul to evolve, you are able to help them to help in your own work. For example, you have the projects or the contracts in your work. The contract might be beneficial for your people, for your workers. It is not just to benefit for myself or for you or for yourself. You are able to benefit this. In the level 20, I will teach you more. In level 19, I have taught a number of you to merge. You have seen the result. As Master Living Tank in front of you, I can merge to 6 billion without any problem. I can merge to all the living creatures. I can merge to anyone. But what is the purpose for me to merge? That is something I've been teaching you. Teaching you carefully on this. For the sake of others, then you can achieve, but for self-interest, then for sure you would fail. It doesn't mean that you have the ability that you can boast of fail. And I do not need to explain. As I teach you, I give you my opinion, I share with you, and whatever you need to do, or if you don't listen, then you would fail. And it's you who carry your own failure. You can, as I train you in level 18, through this question, as your thought, as you transfer to that person, let's say, is a person you feel happy with, then you can see the result. This morning I had mentioned to you, as you are merging, and that beautiful lady you try to merge to have her to love you, then she might use a knife and cut you. This is the real one. I'm not joking with you. This is to learn to merge, to help people, not to force them to love you. Now you mentioned about God who created the human in the human species. As God had tried to test the human species to see how good we are. Many people who claim they are good. Do you see anyone who can create a person in the flesh with all the ability? So since we cannot do it, then we can say it is God. But now the scientists using the gene and the egg, so they can form cloning. Because with the cloning, there's no parents. They have achieved this 18 years ago. Now they are still alive, these clones. What do they do? Nobody knows. If it is the self-interest of a scientist, I don't have any comments about this. Even if I don't want to know, I would, because among the I have many of my students from many fields in science. They report to me, so I know. In the case of this cloning, they have no parents, but whether these young people, 18 years of age, man or woman, what do they do? That is the secret, and I cannot reveal to you. Even if I reveal, my student might be in trouble, so that's why I don't reveal. That is one of the situations. About 15 years ago, as I still teach in America, 4 of the famous scientists who come, among these 4 scientists, who come to see me in person. And 15 years later, I will present to you that scientist who said that he can push a button, or without pushing the button, he would die. So which way he can choose? When they push a button, over there they would shoot, and over here they would shoot and you die. But if I don't push a button, then they will shoot me. But I show him a technique to save himself, to push the button and to save himself. But this is only a secret I don't want to share. Including the scientists, Western scientists, who mentioned how come I know the secret. This is only a secret project among 4 of them. How come I know? That is a theory in quantum physics. If you know how to use it, and you would know the past, the present, and the future. But then what is the purpose of knowing? That is important. To know, to contribute, to help other people. Then this knowledge would be beneficial. But to know just to boast, then you would fail. That is some of the real incidents that many years later I would dare to reveal to you. I've mentioned about one of the scientists from the West. Because my students, I have a lot of students in many countries. They are researching in many aspects. Whenever they are stuck, they can ask me for my opinion. I have an unbiased mind. Whenever they ask, I answer for you. At that time, I'm not Master Dang. At that time, I use, if you know how to properly use quantum physics, you are able to find a solution. That is my answer. That 34 years ago, the deity revealed to me from outside of Earth, so that I can look into the Earth. Wherever it is needed, then I can contribute. For the past 34 years, I've been teaching on that concept. After 34 years of learning and 18 years of teaching, and at the end, that journey would be finished. So you can see the humans in the flesh who had the capacity to create the human species with all the knowledge like this. There are many billions of books who write down. As you can see, in all the religion, they always want their follower to be good. But do they really have the ability? No, they can only pray. When they need to go to the temple or the church, they are so lazy. When there's a disaster, then they have to go to the church or temple on a constant basis. I was in America. I know in the past, America, they are so lazy to go to the church. But after September 11, 2001, when the Twin Tower in the building had exploded, in 1 week, they go to church 8 times a day. In the past, they do not pray. And they have to ask for Christ to help to stabilize their mind. That is some of the event I'm proud of. I want to share with you. So the human species is very clever. If we know how to develop, then we can have wisdom and enlightenment. As my soul merged into the body of Master Living Dang, it is to remind you, to help you. But because you are researching a lot about the book, in fact, it is, I always refer to as the true self and your soul from outer space. When you go into this physical body, you forget. When you come here, to eat, wear clothing, or the material temptation, you forgot about the main issue. You only remember the fake issues. I want to remind you to find the real issue, to get rid of all the heavy burden, so that your body be lighter. And I myself, I continue to. You need to get rid of all the heavy loads. And when you come to this class tonight, you will feel your body much lighter. You sit 5 minutes, you practice, you lose all sensation already. As you transform into energy, it doesn't mean that I teach you, then you have to wait for several months later. Now you can practice immediately, you see a result if you follow according to the formula. But for those of you who are far away, when you go there to a local area to learn, as you don't have the EV water, then you have the EV. Or if you are able to, then you can make the concentrated version of the EV water and then transfer energy. And then when you are practicing, you can just drink the 30 ml of the EV water. That is to help you if you are capable. If you are lazy, then when you go home and you can practice and you drink the EV water at home. Through this question, it is very valuable, and the time is still limited because you are learning in this level. And many of you in the field of science, you have to understand. When I mentioned to you about physics, you may understand a lot, but a number of you, many of you, you don't know about science and physics. So I only teach you the information so you can apply. But for those of you who are the researcher, this is one of the subjects. So you have a chance to learn further, so you are able to contribute in your own field to improve. That will include yourself, your family, and your country.
Ben ruhumuzla ilgili daha fazla bilgi almak istiyorum. Ruhumuzla iletişim kurabilir miyim? Ben kendim mesela ruhumun kalp bölgemizde olduğunu ve kalbimiz aracılığıyla ruhumuzla iletişim kurabileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Ben bu konuda sizden detaylı bilgi rica ediyorum.
The Turkish student here, the lady here, is asking about our soul. She wants to know whether it is possible for us to communicate with our own soul. And she also wants to know from Master where our soul is being in the body. I myself, she says, I believe that my soul is next to my heart in the body. What do you think, Master, about all this? I appreciate your answer and thank you very much in advance.
Now our soul are from the deities who came, who sent us down here, depending on each our level. So as you want to communicate and ask the identity of your soul, then you can. And the one who answer to you, that is either the deities or my soul who help you. On this you can do. But you have only one soul, and how can you communicate? There's only one way. As your body, you can present to your soul. With everything, your truth, you can reveal or confess to your soul. You can do it. Why? So your soul can help you to recover your true self. This is something you can do. I explained for you clearly on that. In the past, in many of the level in the past, I based on a book and I teach you so you can understand. But in fact, the soul covers the whole body from your hair, all your body. It relates to all the soul of the cell inside your body. So in summary, it would be just like I explained for you. When you are in high noon, you are walking in front of you, and then the soul, you see your shadow behind you. It doesn't mean that your soul resides right at the heart, and there is a link, and when that silver thread is broken and you die, but that is only the legend they write in the books. But due to the level 10 years ago, you based on the books, at that time you do not fully understand much on a spiritual aspect or from a scientific aspect. So that's why I based on the books to mention to you so you can learn. But in higher level, it is changed. Your understanding now is different comparing to the past. So now you have to understand everything clearly. Only in that way you are able to help yourself and to help others.
Дорогой мастер, пользуясь возможностью, я хочу поблагодарить вас за ваше учение, которое помогает мне и многим людям обращаться к Господу, учиться понимать Его и развиваться. И отдельно хочу вас поблагодарить за постоянную вашу помощь, особенно за то, что вы мне очень часто помогаете выруливать из опасных ситуаций, когда я веду машину. У меня, если можно, два вопроса. Один, значит, един ли Бог во всей Вселенной? Потому что Вселенная бесконечна вширь и вглубь. И, может быть, Бог ответственен перед другими более высокими существами, так же, как мы, люди, ответственны перед Богом. И вопрос у меня касается взаимоотношений, вопрос у меня о взаимоотношениях между дочерью, подростком и матерью. Девочка с 8 лет проходила одно за другим очень серьезные испытания, не по возрасту тяжелые. За физическими страданиями всегда следовали душевные, и эти страдания длились годами. Полное взаимопонимание дочери с матерью, которое было, помогало девочке преодолевать психологические травмы. Но когда она попала под влияние, под разрушающее влияние очень сильной и агрессивной личности, дочь отвергла все взаимоотношения с матерью и отгородилась от всего мира. Дорогой мастер, почему так происходит? Что готовит Господь девочке, посылая ей одно за другим очень тяжелые испытания? И может ли мать, находясь в энергии, избавить своего ребенка от тяжких испытаний и помочь направить ее, помочь ей помочь гармонично развиваться душе и телу? Спасибо, мастер.
Dear Master, first I would like to thank you for your teaching and the help that you give me, and also I know that many people also are thanking you for that. You help me and many other people to find God, to learn how to understand more and develop. Also, I'd like to thank you for the help that you give me when I'm driving and I happen to be in difficult situations, thus helping me avoid accidents. And now my two questions. My first one, dear Master, is God one responsible for all of the universe? Is he one and only in all of the universe throughout? Or maybe if universe is big and diverse, maybe there are other beings to whom God also refers, also takes care of, or maybe reports, it's not the right word, but there is some hierarchy. Is there some other beings? And the second question is regarding relationships between a teenage daughter and the mother. The girl or daughter started having difficult tests beginning when she was 8 years old that were accompanied with both physical and later on spiritual sufferings. But thanks to a wonderful relationship and harmony with her mother that she had, she was able to overcome many difficulties, sometimes even the psychological trauma that she had received. However, at some moment, she got under the influence of an aggressive personality, as the lady calls that person, be it a man or a woman, is not specified. Thus, the girl broke all her contacts with her mother and distanced herself from the world, basically becoming a hermit kind of a person. So the question of mine, says the student, is why does God give these kind of tests? Is there some reason for the fact that such tests continue with such a girl? And is there a way how a mother of this girl who is a universal energy student can help her daughter to overcome that negative, aggressive influence of the person whom now her daughter gives herself to and dedicates and listens to, and avoiding all the rest, to be able to alleviate the difficulties and maybe to overcome all those tests altogether, so that their relationship would be back into harmony and mutual understanding. Thank you very much.
Now let me answer for you. The concept in the human world, due to the tradition, culture, family, society, as we create the notion of the high beings. But in fact, there is the highest one being that creates the universe, to create all the living creatures. Then you can see that the highest being in the human world, through many times, from the time Earth exists, the human exists on Earth. I also surprised that in the 20th century, when I was born here, I see that only the living that we are giving praise to the dead. The dead never give any praise to the living. Not to mention, there are many organizations that they use in this one form or another form, receiving message in this way and that way to give praise to this one or that one. You can see who's Buddha. Buddha is just a human in the flesh. Jesus Christ just like another human, just like us. Muhammad or Mary was just a human, just like us. After their death, all of the people praise them, worship them, to become the Buddha, the Christ, the Virgin Mary, or the high being. But they're all humans. Who can prove who is the highest being? In the human world, who is the highest being? Only after death then we give rank to them, but when they are alive, we don't. So you can see this point, that is in the human world, depending on time and space, that we give this notion. Then in the next generation, that is us, we listen to them. And this generation is wrong, and next generation, and then will cause wrong to the next generation. As I mentioned, I proved to you from a Catholic perspective. On the 6th day, they only eat fish, but I was in America. On Friday, they eat fish in America. But in other countries, during the war, including my own country, during the war time, they have to eat whatever they have. So the Vatican had to agree to let them eat meat, because they could not find fish, they have to eat meat. So now, many other countries, anywhere there is so difficult, so on Friday, they don't have to eat fish. So that's why they changed the Old to the New Testament. That's how I explain to you clearly. Now, from the Buddhist scripture from the East, according to the lunar date, the 8th of April, that is the birth date of Buddha, the lunar date. In 1963, when I was still working, about 44 years ago, many of these religious leaders, the powerful people in my country, they all meet together and they call the International Buddhist Organization. They came to have a conference in Vietnam. You know what is the purpose of their meeting, the conference? They have a conference to change the birth date of Buddha from the 8th to the 15th of April. So you can see how strange it is. The birth date of Buddha, nobody wouldn't know whether it's right or wrong, and they have to change it from the 8th to the 15th. That is one of the real story. And in Vietnam, they believe, many of the high beings, they believe in the saint and Buddha, so it has to be on the right day to do the ritual, to perform the ritual. In my country, inside the country, they keep the tradition, they cannot change. But the religion, the Buddhists, when they move to America, to Europe, to Australia, only the birth date of Buddha, they celebrate for 2 months. Every week, they have celebrate the birth date of Buddha. And if there is the major ceremony, if it is on the weekday, they have to move to Saturday or Sunday. If it is during the weekday, if it is on Wednesday or Tuesday, nobody would come to the temple, only the elders, they would come. In that way, nobody would listen to the preaching, so they have to change. Therefore, you can see 50 years ago it was different, 50 years later it's different. That is a reality. As I'm a Vietnamese, I know the two religions, Buddhist and Catholic, that came into my country. These two religions, one from India and one from the West. The Buddhists enter our country perhaps 20th century, or the Catholic enter in 3 centuries. So I share with you a few of these. It might be correct at that time, but it might not be at this time. It may be correct now, but may be wrong then in the future. So how can we know to change? So I share with you. This is also the means for us to learn. So for that reason, as you know, in the past, I believe in the ritual. I also go to the temple and the church, but I thought that the deities who have the real ability. And one day, as I meditated, I received a message from the deities who revealed to me there's only one highest being, because we made all of this hierarchy about the deities. So we want to pray to God, the highest, to feel more safe. Like I mentioned to you in recent years, if God is not on earth, how come you refer to God as a man, not a woman? So you can see, that is the humans. In the human, we make up. So regardless of who you believe in the human world. Let's say, for example, the president may have a power. The president, including the American president, who enter to Australia, he would need the visa. When he enter Australia, he had to the one who was signed on his visa for him to enter, and that person might be only a lieutenant, and that person is authorized from the government with the duty. Anyone who enter the country, then that custom officer is responsible. So whether so the president has to be under if so in a way that the lieutenant is representing that country to give permission for someone to enter. So God, similarly, God is the highest being who gives authorizing anyone, then you have that mission. Because God does not need to be on earth. God just say A to do it, and B do it. That will include me and you. As I mentioned everything to you, and I summarize for you. So the subject of today about spirituality, psychology, life, death, God and us as one, Buddha and Christ, who taught us. Christ and Buddha is in you. It is real. But then how come? You need to have the ability through your practice, through your way of merging. And in the future, in the level 18, God and my soul and your soul is one. 3 as 1, 1 as 3. Why? So you have the ability, you are able to merge to have another person. Otherwise, how do you have that ability? I tell you the truth. So the formula, the soul of God merged with mine, and I merged with you so you can have others. So 3 as 1 and 1 as 3. That is through my medium. In the future, 2 as 1 and 1 as 2. You and God as 1. Because now you don't have the ability. So you need the soul of Master Dang to help you in the future when you have the ability, that you and God as 1. And in that unity to help others, doesn't mean that you become as God, do the thing like that. You are wrong. You merge with God so that you can help others. Doesn't mean that you are thinking that you are God. If you think that you are God, then you are wrong. God gives you this mission as a normal person with the ability that God had given to you to help people, then you are right. That is how I share with you. Now, tradition, culture, family, society, the notion of the Trinity in many religions, you don't have any comments because of that level, the tradition in the country, in the family, however it is designed, you keep them until when they abolish, then you can change. Just like I had mentioned to you already, in the Buddhist, they have to be on the correct date. But over here, they have to change to celebrate the birth date of Buddha for 2 months. In Vietnam, it cannot be. It has to be on the exact one date, no more and less. That is how I share with you through this question from this student. And now in the future, for this student in Russia, try to learn to level 16, 17, 18. In level 18, I show you a technique. You can help and merge to help your daughter to become normal. There's no problem. I know, so you can try. Now, as I teach you, you're not able to do it. But then tonight, in Russia, you can practice. Remember, practice to travel to space. Before the end of the class, you practice to travel out of space with me, and then you go home, you practice. Then you use your daughter. You transfer energy to her. Each time when you practice, you transfer energy to all the organs inside her body. Then during this time when you practice, perhaps after the end of the class, your daughter will return to you. And then if not, at level 18, we said the fact that you can transfer energy to transfer energy to her organ in her body, and you can merge with her, and then without calling, she will come to you. For your own children, your own family, you can do this and you will have more result. That is God who give to you a special ability to protect, to help your family member. That is very practical. You can do it. You will see the result. That is all my opinion to help this student. Not just this student, but if in this class, if you have a similar situation like this student who asked, you can apply just like I had given the answer to this student, then you can help your family to regain the harmony. Next question.
Можно? Добрый вечер, уважаемый мастер. Меня зовут Анатолий Ледовский. У меня 3 вопроса. Первый. Человек с помощью своих органов чувств, но познает мир. Они у него достаточно, довольно ограничены. Осознает мир с помощью сознания. Сознанием обладает даже мельчайшая частица Вселенной. Каким же сознанием обладают тогда планеты, звезды, галактики? Первый вопрос. А ведь человек принадлежит планете Земля. Планетарное сознание. Второй вопрос. Сознание и личность. Человек рождается сознанием, а личность в нем воспитывает общество. Взаимоотношения этих 2 понятий, то есть личности и сознания. И третий вопрос. На Земле существовало много цивилизаций. Все они исчезли практически без следа. Наша цивилизация туда же катится. Вопрос. Что эволюционирует? Индивидуум или же общество? Спасибо большое.
Dear Master, my name is Anatoly Ledovsky. I would like to ask 3 questions to you. The first one is, we all learn the world through our sensory organs. They are quite limited, but still we are using them to perceive various sides of this world. And then what we perceive, we try to understand using our consciousness, our mind. We know that any particle, even the tiniest one in the universe, has consciousness. Then my question comes, what would be the consciousness of planets, stars, galaxies, which are much bigger than the existing bodies of the universe, celestial bodies? Then we also know that a human belongs to planet Earth. So can we speak about the concept of planetary consciousness? Could you please give some more explanation regarding these issues? Second question of mine, could you please explain us whether there is a concept of consciousness of a personality? Because when a person is born, when a baby is born, it already has consciousness. But a personality is a property that is raised through the experience of a person living within a society. So can there be such a concept of consciousness of a personality, and what is it? And the third question of mine, we know that throughout the history of the world there were many civilizations. All of them disappeared. And from what I see, the same fate probably awaits our civilization. So the question of mine that arises from this conclusion is, and what is really evolving in this world? Is it the society? Is it an individual? Or is it a society? Is it an individual or a society evolving in this world? Thank you very much.
Now, through the research in the three-dimensional world, I explained for you with our human physical knowledge, as it is made up by the physical sense, the genetic through the generations. Our knowledge in a physical sense, it is very limited. As I have mentioned to you earlier, the best person with all the ability that the researcher had found, we only use 6% of the brain. So, the knowledge, your knowledge before you learn EV and after you learn EV in high levels, your knowledge, then you can see how much you use in your brain, the percentage. So from your answer, you would know how much your knowledge, you know yourself. Before you learn EV and after you learn EV, what is your ability, how much you had achieved, that you are able to help yourself and you can help others, you help your communities. You will understand more than anyone because you are the one who continue and do it. Your thought is limited in many ways. You have to go beyond this limitation. Then you are able to help. From infinite ability, you can help this limitation. That is, you are learning from the deities. You're learning documents from the deities who sent to me, and I send and remind you. In that way, you have the ability to contribute in your own profession, to contribute to help other professions beyond your own field of expertise. In summary, with your knowledge, with 6% of the brain, you don't have the sufficient ability to help the whole earth or the whole humankind or outside in space. For sure, you are not able to. But when you are able to use universal energy, it is different. The use of universal energy in many of the levels that I have taught, as you have been and continue to apply, you have seen the result. That is how I explain for you. When you come to the large EV family, you're going through the change in the cell inside your body every week, every day. You are going through the changes. Your soul constantly going through the changes from each level as you are learning through the EV. The important part is your body and your soul. You have the ability to help the wandering soul to evolve. Many of the sorcerers, they are able to, but they are limited, not like us. Because you have the infinite sense, because God had given to you, to your soul, to your body. So you are able to have the wandering soul. These are all of the soul that you measure from the chakra 3 down, including the soul of people who just died. You can pray to them so they can return to the light immediately. They don't have to wait. These are the souls that are linked to your soul. And there's also linked to the soul of the deities. I explained for you clearly on that aspect. As in the morning you asked in a similar context, and now you have the sufficient knowledge with your ability. You understand when you're going through the change in your soul, when you know how to use the combined frequency, universal energy. So as you use universal energy, then you can help Earth. So, as you remember in level 11, 12, 13, what have you used? Energy from the sun and from the stars. When you use like that, it is infinite. The distance is infinite. That as your soul had been there, then you would be able to know how to use the energy from the sun and from the star, as you are able to merge to help these sick people, or to help in many different environments, not just in health alone. That I had mentioned to you. If you are there already, then you know what's up there in order to use. That is my reminder for you, so that you know you are able to use. That is how I explain for you clearly. So in the universe, but if you know how to use in order to apply to help other people on earth, that they need our help. Now, as you mentioned about the change of the personality in the human world, it is very limited because of the 6% of the brain. Now, when you mentioned about the indigo child, who are they? Even though the children, they are still young, but the soul understands everything. As I mentioned to you earlier, as you asked about the future, if we die, and our soul can merge to another person to continue on the journey, you can, if under the condition, you have the ability, you have to learn to a higher level, you have to have full knowledge, then you can merge, you are able to control the body, you can help the body and the soul of the person to evolve. It requires that you learn to the higher level, more or less level 20. I explained for you already. To this question, it would be similar to the one in the morning as another who asked. Now, regarding the psychoevolution, from a scientific perspective, each time, like with the Great Flood, 1,000,000 years ago, there are changes. And 200,000 years ago, going through a change. And 80,000 years ago, there are changes. I don't know how they based that. They mentioned about 1,000,000 years, and then 200,000 years, and then 80,000 years. However, on Earth, from a scientific perspective, as they have drawn out before 80,000 years and then before 200,000 years, how it was. 200,000 years ago, there is no American continent. In the recent 80,000 years ago, the Australian continent had been broken from Asia. The Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia and Vietnam, they all connect together with Australia. And then the third Great Flood, 80,000 years ago, it broken now. So Philippines and Malaysia and Australia was broken all apart. With the Great Flood, that's going through the changes. That's why the people can evolve. You can see. I want to explain for you that the scientists had written in the book, as I read and I share with you, that is the evolution in the changes on Earth. Recently, I do not know whether it is right or not, but I don't believe much. But on this, as I mentioned to you, if you are a scientist, when you bring out this subject to Master Dang, I don't believe in this. In recent months, the scientists from the West mentioned that among the 5 oceans, from the underground water source, 1,000 kilometers deep, there are many water source, underwater source, that they are very hot. That when many of these are broken, that may cause tidal wave, earthquakes. The American scientists had reviewed, perhaps you know more than me, but to Master Nubing Dang, when they mentioned on the news media, and I also received the message, I don't believe in it because I have my reason, but I will not reveal to you. I'll let you learn level 20, I'll show you. Now I teach you, it will be so soon. I know I don't believe in that. I have my own reason not to believe, and my reason is very firm. On that, it will be in the future. I just want to mention to you, more or less, a number of you who research for the field of science, and perhaps you watch on TV or you check on the website or on the scientific news media, as the scientists had recently sent a warning. I just share with you on that. But for us, I had confirmed with you first, I'm not a scientist. Second, the deities who reveal to me the lesson from the deities, so that we know how to use universal energy combining with your soul from a spiritual perspective, you are able to develop your true self to serve people. From a scientific perspective, we know how to use universal energy to eliminate all of the problem on Earth that they are preparing to face all this problem. Listen carefully. Now, I do not want to say that I have the ability, but the deities give me many special subjects I just want to share with you. As you still remember, on December 31st, 1999, to prepare for the year 2000 in the new millennium, all of the computer systems that were afraid all over the world because of the economical problem, including in America, they were all prepared to stock 3 days of food. All the banks in America, they have to prepare 50 to 100 billion dollars of cash so that they are able to withdraw. In the case of the lack of electricity, and then they have to prepare all of the military. I do not have any ability. I have ability with the 49 centimeter pyramid, and all of you, the students who graduate level 6 with their own pyramid, half an hour before the New Year's Eve, before the new millennium. So each you practice 30 minutes to transfer energy out of space, and suddenly in New Zealand, right next to Australia, going through the new year, everything is calm all over the world. There's no problem with the Y2K. Perhaps more or less you remember this. I just want to share with you. Perhaps you and me in the UE family from level 6 and higher, we believe in the deities to give us the means with the pyramids that we practice to transfer energy, and it has some effect. Perhaps it helps the Earth without any problem during the Y2K problem in the year 2000. I just want to share with you on that part so you can understand. There are many other, you can wait until the next level to share with you further. So now go on to the next question.
А вы готовитесь к следующей сессии. Кто еще? Третий.
Дорогой мастер, я вас благодарю за вашу подвижническую деятельность. Лично мне, как и многим другим, я думаю, членам универсальной энергии, помогает это учение жить и работать. Но вот сегодня вы говорили много о том, что мы должны делиться своими знаниями и оказывать помощь членам своей семьи и другим людям. Но на прошлых семинарах вы говорили о том, что все-таки если нас об этом не просят, мы не должны этого делать. Вот у меня в связи с этим вопрос. Все-таки в каких случаях мы должны разъяснять или объяснять, что такое универсальная энергия, и помогать людям? Потому что лично у меня был такой опыт, когда я рассказывала об этом, и люди утрачивали интерес к этому и даже смотрели на меня несколько с таким, что не совсем нормальный человек, наверное, потому что говорит о какой-то энергии непонятной. Вот это первый вопрос. Второй. Если все-таки люди не знают и не интересуются этим, они и дальше могут пребывать в этом невидении, то как нам поступать? В чем конкретно тогда состоит наша помощь? И вот как мы должны эти знания распространять, если люди нас об этом не просят, в том числе и члены нашей семьи? И еще один вопрос. Почему хотя бы за эти 2 тысячелетия со времени рождения Христа все-таки в нас, людях, преобладают больше негативные эмоции, жажда больше материальных благ, нежели духовных? И даже вы сегодня привели пример 8 буддийских монахов о том, что они хотят для себя 8 храмов, а не 1 храм для 8 человек. Спасибо за внимание.
First of all, I'd like to thank you Thank you for what you do by spreading the teaching of human universal energy. This is something that helps me in my life and in my work. Now I'd like to ask you my 3 questions. Today, you said that we should be sharing knowledge with members of our family and others, knowledge about universal energy. Whilst before I heard a number of times that you were underlining, stressing the fact that we should not be talking about universal energy to others unless, and doing anything to others unless we are asked to do some help. Could you please explain more about this? In what cases should we behave what way? Is there some kind of change or what? Because at some moment, I remember from my personal experience when at first I was very much keen to be sharing the knowledge about universal energy, people were looking to me as to a crazy one because they were not understanding of what kind of energy I'm talking about, etc. So I then found it quite natural, your comment that we should be helping if and only if we are asked. Could you please explain more about the concept you underlined today, share knowledge with others? Second question of mine, if we do not share our knowledge with others, saying that don't share unless you are asked, then what would be the role of ours in spreading the knowledge? If people don't know, they are not interested, how would they learn? What shall we do in this? And the third question of mine, 2 millennia have passed since the birth of Jesus Christ, and still the negative prevails in us. Even today you mentioned that we think more about material than about spiritual, and you even gave an example of 8 monks willing to have individual temples instead of having one temple for all of them together. Why is that negative and material prevails in us as opposed to positive and spiritual? Thank you very much, dear Master.
So the question from these students, as I want to share with you, as I explained to you already, you don't have to worry. Our purpose of learning is to contribute to help your family, you help others. However, there are a number of you as your family oppose you. This is not important. We are the unknown soldier. We don't need to reveal ourselves. The fact that you are able to help them in discreet, in silent, it is very effective. Now, even if you love your family, you want to help your family, with everything you can help in silence, then there's no problem. You have the ability. You can convert them. When your family understand and request you to help, then it will be more beneficial. Now, even if you try to interfere, you try to share with them, and you try to force them, it is no effect. I explained to you, I advise for you. Now, as you learn, you have the ability to contribute to help people, but you don't understand for your family. Sometimes they don't understand. They may cause some problem to you. But you continue on your journey to go straight. As you have the ability, the deities gave to you to contribute to help people, then for sure, you can easily help your family members. Tonight, you are in Russia. If they are right in your home or far away from your home tonight, after you practice to travel out to space with me, and when you go back home, you pray, you practice, and you drink the UV water and you practice, all of those who do not understand you, you can use their body to transfer energy to them, to their organs. In your family, you have 6 persons, you receive the light of God's aura and transfer energy to these 6 people in your family. Each time when you practice, you transfer energy to help them. More or less, these people will change. You can change their mind. In that sense, you can change their mind so that they can become a good person. It doesn't mean that you change their mind so that you are able to control them. You are wrong in thinking like that. That is a lesson in the level 16, 17, 18 I want to teach you. You are able to do it. You are able to change their mind to be a better. If you wish, I help you. You try to do it. Then the result will come to you faster. That is my answer for you in general. And now it doesn't need that they have to come and then as you transfer energy to them, as you do that, you are sending the seed of love to them. Then when they come to you and they learn and it's better, you don't have to convince them that, explain to them. They don't see it. When they see that they need you, they come and you help them. It's not too late. When you help them, perhaps they can go and learn faster than you. It doesn't mean that they go slower than you. Sometimes when you learn and you stop, when they learn and they see the benefit, they learn faster than you. Now you may be level 16, 18, they are not learning. But when they learn, perhaps they reach the level 20 or maybe better than you. You don't know. There are many cases that happen because when you know the effect, you can just transfer energy in discreet. You see yourself just like an unknown soldier. You don't need to reveal yourself, but you have the ability to help these people. From the fact that you have, and you return back to nothingness, meaning that you have the material, but then when you have nothing, but in nothingness you have everything. With the material, you lack everything. Well, listen carefully on my explanation. You may have the material, but you lack everything. If you don't have the material, you have the spiritual, then you have everything. When God had given to you, when God gave you the mission, you have everything. When you inherit the material, you may have limitation. When God gives you the mission, it is infinite. And God gives to you the mission, then you have to do it. It doesn't mean that God gives you the mission that you wait for God to give you, or God to motivate you. If God gives to you and you ask people to serve you, and that is wrong thinking. I explain for you clearly so you can understand what is the point, that mission that God had given to you. And as you can see, I mentioned to you already, from a Catholic or a Buddhist or a Muslim doctrine, they have so many divisions. Nobody unite, even though in silence. As you know, from the Buddhist, I understand more than the Catholics or the Muslim. From the Catholic, with Jesus Christ, who gave birth to Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, according to the books. But the Baptists, they do not believe in the Virgin Mary. But without the Virgin Mary, how can they have the Jesus Christ to worship? Not just one. And in the case of this Baptist, they have 132 branches. And then in the Catholic, also they have many of the division within the Vatican or outside the Vatican. They have many division. Only one Christ. Even Christ himself, he could not unite all of them, to convert all of them. Similarly with Buddha. Buddha could not, because all the disciples do not listen to Buddha. They don't believe or listen to Buddha. They only use the teaching, his words, whether they're right or not. But they use the word of Buddha for telling people to believe, but they themselves, they don't believe, they don't follow. They say the scripture is very clever. The Buddha teach one way, but they do another way. Buddha tells them not to do, but they do. Only in that sense, you know whether they are bright or not. But you cannot blame them because of the level that in the Buddhist scripture mentioned that it is toward the end time. Toward the end time, there's no more spiritual. If you believe in a spiritual and you believe in the deities, then you don't go against the teaching of Jesus or Buddha. If you truly act according to the teaching of Buddha and Christ, then the human would not have any suffering. That we would not have any problem within one religion, just within your own religion. You cannot have harmony within your own religion, so how can you help others to have unity? That is the difficult point in the human world. So I just hope, in the decade of the 21st century, there will be a great change so that we can have unity. All the religion in the world, they all can have true love toward each other. With true love. And if they love with condition, then they cannot achieve. Then they cannot have unity. That is only I can share with you. With your experience about the ability, do you see the ability? If you have, then how come you pray? I am more familiar with the Buddhists than the Catholics. The ritual from the Buddhists, at the moment of death, they have to pray 7 days a week for 49 days. So pray for the soul of the dead person to return to nirvana. Is that right? That is been practiced for many times for the past 20 centuries until now. But then when they return back to God, does it mean that supposedly they learn directly from God or from Buddha? But how come they have to keep the body inside the temple so that they can hear the preaching? That is from the tradition in Buddha. From the Catholic, according to the Bible, after death, if you have sin, then you go to hell. If not, then you go to heaven. That is the Bible that mentioned. Then how come in a church in America, and they have each week they have the prayer box to pray for these people every day to when you give the money, so that this priest can pray for the soul of these people. So supposedly that Jesus doesn't have the ability to take them to heaven. Secondly, if they have sinned, they will be in hell. So how can they listen to the prayer from the priest to go to heaven? So this is something I share with you with the experience, so you can learn and progress. So you can see they don't have any unity. That is among the religion. They cannot have unity. So how can we return back to heaven or nirvana? So the Buddhist scriptures that they mention that this is the end time. That is the end of spirituality. We only focus on the material. And then when the material is completely damaged and failed, then we will think of God, think of Christ and Buddha. When we don't have anything, then we would pray. Because we lose everything, at that time it is too late. Just like I had mentioned to you, in America, without a terrorist attack, they don't go to church. But after the terrorist attack, everybody is going to church. Now they go more to church to pray for peace, to pray that they don't have any problem. That is the human nature. That's all we can do. Because you ask, as I understand, I share with you with this experience. So you keep on asking why the religion cannot have unity, so how can they? I tell you the truth, that is one of the most difficult in the 21st century. So that's why there has to be a solution from God, who sent to this earth to change the human. At that point, for the human to do it is so difficult. The religion to change the human is so difficult. That is a reality I want to share with you. So now I advise for you, any religion, you just pray to the religious leader in your own. And if you have the chance, you can still continue to go to the church and temple to pray. It is still valuable. And whatever people do their own business, but you yourself, personally, you believe in your own religion. If you want to pray, you go to the church and pray, to go to the temple and pray, to go and pray to the deities that you worship in the past. You are still able to achieve your goal because you are praying to the high being to guide you, to help you. And in the human world, whatever it is, you don't have any comments. We can continue to discuss from one century to another. It never ends. So it is best to take care of yourself. How can we bring the true self so that we can have wisdom and enlightenment to help others? That is something I teach you on that path. Then you thank, meaning you thank the deities in your own religion. It doesn't mean that you have to thank Master Dang, because the mission of Master Dang is to help you so you can return to your religion, so you can show thanks to your own religious leaders, not Master Dang. Master Dang teach you, and then after I teach you, I go elsewhere. I travel here and there to continue to teach, to have all of those to return to your own roots in your religion. It doesn't mean that you have to follow Master Dang. I don't allow anyone to follow me. I can take care of my own self. I don't need you to take care of me. If you take care of me, if you love me to help me, then I show you the way. If you love me to take care of me, then you take care of your country, your family, your own religion. That's how you express your true love to me. To truly love me, then you take care of your own family, your own country, your own religion. You don't have to take care of me. Doesn't mean that you love me, that to follow me, to serve me. I don't need that. I can take care of my own. That is how I share with you. Now, next question.
Germany?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
So we have a Vietnamese question. So it is Lu from Munich who is going to ask the question directly in Vietnamese to the master. Okay.
Okay.
So we only need a little time afterwards to retranslate from English into German. Okay.
Okay.
So I hand over to Lu from Munich.
You have to talk slowly, though.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Shall we wait for your English translation?
Yes. Dạ, thưa thầy, con xin dịch qua tiếng Anh. Dạ. Hello. This is the question from the student in Germany. First of all, this student would like to send his greetings to the master.
Germany, please mute.
Hello. I think Ralph, you still have.
Okay.
Okay. Let me repeat the question. This is the question from Germany. First of all, he would like to greet the master. First part, there are news in Vietnam due to the case of poison inside the country, in the northern and the southern part of the country. So he would like to ask the opinion of the master, how can we help in this situation of poisoning? Secondly, from the time he learned Yui until now, he tried to follow everything, the teaching of the master, but then his treatment is not as effective. What can it be? Would it be that because of he doesn't have any faith or destiny with his patient, or is there something? So he would like the master to help him further to improve his ability to help people. Dạ, thứ xong rồi thưa thầy. So these two questions from this student from Germany, I would like to share with you. So these two questions. First of all, not just in Vietnam, the country same country in the north, central, and southern part of the country, I have prepared in terms of the energy. the energy from science as well as spirituality in order to help Vietnam. But due to the progress of economy, not just in Vietnam but all over the world, in the case of food, the process of using chemicals, more or less we are affected. But this student, perhaps you are living far away from Vietnam. I'm not that close, but my student with millions of students in a country already, to help the student to meet the demand in the case of urgency with sickness or disasters, including poison. I have prepared in all the situations, even though I'm far away from the country, but in my heart, I want to have all the country in the world. That will include Vietnam. I prepare everything. So in the case of poisoning, it is not as significant. The significant part is how can we protect the health and to maintain the health so that we can help to promote, to help in Vietnam now with a population of 80 million. They have a lack of medication. The government does not have the ability to protect the health of the people. The teaching we can contribute more or less to the whole country, from the north to the south, with hundreds of thousands of people in high levels, in order to contribute to help more or less to the country for the past recent 5 years, especially this year. Recently, we are very fortunate that in Vietnam, as the teaching of UE has been recognized all over the country, and in last May it was presented all over the world, as they have a scientific community to discuss about universal energy to help to promote health. That is one of the good signs in our country at the present time and in the future. So I hope Vietnam, including other countries, we can understand and we apply universal energy, then for sure the national budget will be more beneficial. And slowly, perhaps in the near future, the teaching of we were able to develop further to protect the health for the people in Vietnam and to help all of the Vietnamese who live inside the country. That is the news I received from the people in the government. So this student who are living in Germany, as well as the Vietnamese who are living abroad, you can rest assured, as we have the ability to contribute to help, even though we are far away from the country. That's how I share with you on the first part. On the question on the second part, the important part is you treat, do not worry whether that person is healed or not. Your mission, as God has given to you with this ability, whether you can accomplish it or not, do you help them or not, that is your own job. Whether they can get healed or not, or the treatment is effective or not, is up not yours. If you treat them and then you see that they're not effective and you feel worried and you have doubt, then when you try to do that, your treatment is not as effective as you can complete your mission, meaning you are receiving the light of God's aura, or receive the light of a star, to transfer energy to these people, and that is the fate of these people. I share with you my experience. A number of you, from the medical perspective, who are my students, who request me to treat people, and then you force them. So I ask them, if you are the doctors, you give them the medication and they throw away the medication, they don't take the medicine, do you know? Or do you have to follow them and then you lie in their bed and you have to look for them 24 hours? Can you do that? You cannot. If you cannot, then for sure, for my case, I teach you the formula, I show you the technique. But if they don't follow, then there's not much. I said when they are really sick, I share with you my experience. They're severely sick, at the point of dying, and I treat them for 5 days. They are recovered 50-70%, and then they listen to the care to the family, and they take the medication, and they die. When they are severely sick, after the treating for 7 days, They go out to travel and then partying all night and then drinking. Even I myself, I would die. And, so those are the experiences that I want to share with you. So not just this student, the Vietnamese, but many of you, with your mission, when you learn EV in your level, you apply, you do it correctly when you transfer energy. You have to be patient when you treat people, whether they are the severe sick or they are minor problem, whether they can get healed or not. It's not. If you have doubt on that issue, then you cannot concentrate to treat. That is a principle in EV. Do not think that it is because you don't have the faith or the destiny with you. You don't have the ability to treat them. The ability to treat, that is from God who sent to you. The deities who give to you. Then the deities who let the other who get sick, or if that person listen to you, it is up to them, not yours. Your mission, when you complete it, you treat them and you are done. That is how I share with you in general. And for this student in Germany, as you asked the question, I want to share with you whether you are the student or you are the auditors in this location, when you are here in this level 16, when you listen to my opinion, that this morning, as I had mentioned to you, when a person who is sick, whether it is a minor or major problem, you request them. If you have, when you request, if you are free, then you can help them. If you are not, then you can refuse. The important part I want to share with you is when you are feeling sad or anger, and when you treat them, then for sure you are not able to heal them. Because with your sadness or your anger, with all the energy you send to them, so the patient cannot receive not even any energy. So how can you heal that person? So in the case when you're feeling sad or unhappy or upset or angry, then you can refuse. When you are happy and calm, you can treat them. That way it is according to the right principle in EV. I share with you on that point. So now you are in the level 16. I want to share with you. After the level 18, when you go back home, the most important part that you mix the EV garlic water, all the center, they will give you the formula. And starting from now, today, and to the future, all of you, when you are in the level 16, you listen carefully. You can use the EV water, the 100 liter water with 9 grams of salt, 9 grams of sugar. You transfer energy 3 times. Receive the light of God around 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the water. So that you can use that water to drink, to wash the vegetable, to cook rice, to cook soup, to make coffee. And you can also use that as a bottled water to drink at home on a regular basis. That is a way for preventive method. And you are able to eliminate the toxin in the food to protect your own health. At any time you can drink the EV water. So you can listen carefully. And each time when you practice, you can drink 30 ml. You can replace as a bottled water or the filter water. And you can drink 2 liters a day, that's no problem. You can use it for cooking. You can use it to wash the vegetable, so that you can eliminate the toxic inside the food. So you listen carefully. That is about the EV water. Besides the fact that you drink to practice, if your body can transform into energy to travel out to space, you can use that water to drink just like a regular bottled water that you've been drinking in the past. Just like you have tap water, so now you can replace that using the EV water. For the EV garlic water, if you don't have sickness, try your best to drink as a preventive way before the 3 meals in a day. If you eat 2 meals in a day, if you are not sick, you can drink 10 ml of the EV garlic water. If you have the sickness, after the meal, you can drink 30 ml of the EV garlic water to help your body to get rid of the toxin and to improve the immune system of your body to recover faster, so that you can regain your health to serve your family, your community. That is my general guideline for you. starting from the level 16, you are able to mix the Iwi garlic water. Listen carefully. For the Iwi water, in the lower level, you were able to do it. So now we all get ready. Before you practice to travel out to space, I explain for you. Listen carefully. Later on, when I close my eyes, you all close your eyes to practice. When you practice, you receive the light of God's aura into your head, 2 seconds, and inhale to the nose, exhale to the mouth 10 times. Inhale, exhale 10 times. And then you pray to God, you pray to the Soul Master Dang to help your soul, to help your body to practice, to transform the body into energy, so that you are able to travel out to space, combined with your soul. After you pray, then you constantly receive the light of God aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to anywhere, any location. And you receive the light of God aura and send also to your body, inside the organ inside your body, anywhere. As you transfer energy to these organs, whether it is 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, any minutes. Slowly, if you lose a sensation of your body, then you have succeeded. Your body can transform to energy to travel to space. However, there are many situations that may cause you to have fear due to the vibration, the heart beating faster. You feel hot or cold, that you may feel fear, or you may feel levitation. All of these symptoms, you continue to receive the light of God aura 2 seconds and send here and there. But if you have a lot of fear, you can pray to the Soul Master Dang to help your body, so that you can be successful in your practice, so you can continue to practice. That is because your body is prepared to transform into energy, and your body lose all sensation, whether it is for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then you have succeeded. For the first time, your body can transform into energy to travel out to space. That is how I summarize everything relating to the practice, and also the symptoms that may happen to all the students. And with this experience I share with you, if you see similar situation, don't worry, you continue to practice, or you can pray for my soul to help you, so your practice can be successful. This practice, after the end of the class today, when you go back home, if at home you have the Iwi water, then you can remember, before you pray to God, to pray to my soul, you drink the Iwi water, then you pray to God, you pray to my soul, so you can practice. That is a general guideline for all of you. When you learn from the level 16 to level 19, the formula is not changed, only in the level 19. I'm still learning. As I'm still learning, I continue to learn. To prepare for this July, I'll teach you in the level 20. So now, all of you, you get ready. So inform us when you are all ready, so that you and me together, we can practice to transform the body, to travel to space to learn. So now, you all can get ready. So now, ready. Now begin. Now it is finished.